What in tarnation? Hello there, Site-42 staff, as well as those of you from the greater SCP Foundation community. And welcome to another Office Hours with Dr. Sherman, a subsidiary of the anomalous broadcast from Site-42. As always, I am Dr. Theron Sherman, Site Director here at Site-42 of the SCP Foundation. And as I have done for the last 11 and a half months and counting, literally, we are 8 days from the 1-year anniversary of our daily stream streak, which still remains strong. I am here to open my office doors to you, the SCP Foundation staff, to answer your burning questions about this dark and mysterious place of employment we call the SCP Foundation. So whether you have questions about the anomalies we contain, the staff who contain them, the groups of interest who try to stop us from containing them, or hypothetical containment procedures about anomalies that fall outside of the SCP Foundation's purview, perhaps they're from a different multiverse or pataphysical narrative level, i.e. fandom. Either way, we are here for the next 2 hours, possibly 3. Today's stream might take a little while, but I'll explain why after I do a little bit of housekeeping. First and foremost, Puppet Boy, congratulations on being the #1 most punctual member of today's Containment Hazard Assessment team, i.e., congratulations on being first chatter. Alongside you, 369 Destroyer, Amber, Silent Follower, Legendary Doge, Dr. Frogman, Pixel Paradin, Wozcom, Aoki, Rave Haven, Senior Researcher Alex. Everyone who I have just named, thank you for being here punctually, and thank you for being members here of Site-42 on YouTube. We appreciate your membership and your service. Furthermore, Intern Leon, welcome to Site-42 staff. Thank you for subscribing. DJ Braden, Stephen Tambari, That One Azalea, Not a Chaos Insurgency Spy, Dr. John Smith, and Beeper. Welcome to today's stream. Thank you for being punctual, and thank you for being here today, just for being you. Now, today's stream is sponsored by ourselves here at Site-42. Spite-42. In spite of my inability to speak, we are sponsored by ourselves here at Site-42. Say hello to the Site-42 support beacon, which can be located at beacons.ai/Site-42. At the Site-42 support beacon, you can find all of our different social medias and support platforms so that you can follow us elsewhere to get your SCP Foundation news from Site-42 maybe quicker. If you are a Twitter, or a Threads, or a Blisky, or a Facebook, or a Instagrammer, we have to do all platforms, that way we can unite the SCP community to the best of our ability. So wherever you want to follow Site-42, you can get your Site-42 fix there. You also have access to our Ko-Fi, our wiki author page, our merch stores, including the scpstore.org, where if you go to the Dr. Sherman section, you can get my shirt for the day, the Reservoir Docs t-shirt, featuring multiple colorful iterations of our SCP doctors. I just realized that the Dr. Sherman in this particular shirt has my same hair color right now because I reverted back to a blue-green coloration. So it is the modern era. Suffice it to say, welcome to the Site-42 support beacon and our merch store. Thank you, Site-42, for supporting Site-42. Clearly. Now, one reason you may want to follow us on other platforms is because text platforms like Twitter, Threads, Blue Sky, I can post my inane thoughts that come out of my head, or very important orders that come out regarding SCP projects, maybe relating to Mobile Task Force Site-42, codenamed the Signal Boosters. If there's a new Kickstarter, if there's a new project that I need you to be aware of, the daily stream is one thing, but I can also just tell you on Twitter. I can tell you on Threads, on Blue Sky, on Instagram. So make sure you're following us on other platforms that you follow if you want up-to-the-minute situations. Today's jokey joke on the Twitter is the fact that an SCP artist whose art I shared, let me start here. This artist of SCP content on Twitter made a batch of SCP doctors, including a sketch for Kondraki, Dr. Clef, Dr. Sophia Light, Dr. Agatha Wrights, and I actually forget Dr. King's first name. I don't hang out with Dr. King that often. But I did duly note that there was one certain SCP researcher that was unrepresented in this art. And I got a very quick response of, oh, well, I guess we'll have to remedy that. Leading to the second wave, featuring Dr. Sherman, DC Al Fine from the Global Occult Coalition, Director Marion Wheeler of the Anti-Memetics Division, and Dr. Gerald after another one of his failed attempts at learning how to drive. But one more thing happened with this. You see this Dr. Sherman? Isn't that quite a handsome bloke there? In fact, a little too handsome if you ask me. The lab coat around the waist, playing a little coy. The guns out, sun's out situation. The pen behind the ear. I was struck by how handsome I looked in photos until I realized, wait a minute, that's not actually me, as I was informed by Agent Goose. This is Baby No Money as an SCP researcher. Why am I Baby No Money as an SCP researcher? Why? 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 Chaos. Chaos. And now that I've said it, you're all like, oh my god, Agent Goose is exactly correct. No. Why? Why am I Baby No Money? What? Stupid sexy Flanders. Stupid sexy Baby No Money. I've been replaced. I've been replaced with my own author avatar. Dang it. So, with the yucks out of the way, from our social media and our sponsorship, let's get to talking about today's stream subject. But today's stream subject is going to be rather, how should I say, scattered. Because today, Site 42 staff, we are going to be discussing and going over as much as we can get through the entirety of SCP Series 0. My plan for the day is for us to take a nice little wiki walk through the SCP Series 0 articles, because I've only seen a couple of them, and we need to see more. So, today's docket is as thus. I believe our stream will be approximately 2 to 3 hours. I will be going over the Series 0 hub, followed by each of the articles, but I will be taking a small break between each article to address the chat, have our general Q&A, and answer any donations that came in during that time. So we'll be doing a little back and forth. This will be our activity throughout the whole stream. And so we'll see how long this takes us. Also, I have alerted the authorship of Series 0 that I am doing this. So we may have visitors from the authorship of Series 0 who may have insight into the whole project as well as their own articles as we go over them. Of course, I can't get every author involved all together at once, but maybe we'll get lucky and get a little bit of insight here and there along the way. So, before we begin, I saw a donation come in. Let me get to that so I'm not leaving them behind. Let me refresh the Ko-Fi because I did miss one yesterday, but I DM'd the donor, so that is a fair recompense in that case. Thank you, Dr. Vera Lovelace, for the Ko-Fi I forgot yesterday. And then Rave Haven, thank you for your first today donation of today's stream, as well as being a member. Grab yourself some candied bacon on your way past the commissary. Director Baby No Money, how are you today? I stole the Dr. Theron Sherman character from DJ Cactus. And now karma has come around, and Baby No Money has stolen the Dr. Sherman character from me. I guess fair is fair. Rackin' frackin' varmints. Maybe a live stream with them on camera. Stephen Tambari, are you talking about the authors of the Series Zeros? Well, there's at least 20 of them, so that would be rather tricky. Did you know you made a cameo in SCP-6969-J? Intern Shadow Spiriting. Yes, I do believe that I made a small cameo appearance in SCP-6969-J. Da-da-da-da. Da-da. Da-da-da. What a title on SCP-6969-J. Yes, that will be the last thing we do before we start the stream subject in earnest, is we will go over to SCP-6969-J, double nice, and content warning for sexual themes. Remember, the SCP database is, in fact, a adult community with lots of, shall we say, sexual and violent adult content, so be careful. But in the joke SCP specifically, SCP-6969-J, is the end of sex 6.9, you cannot reproduce. Now remember, SCP-6969 is literally the end of sex. So this is a joke iteration of the same thing. If I'm remembering correctly, Series 7, SCP-6969, codename, The Joke is Sex. So yes, the codename The Joke is Sex is the actual article. The end of sex is the joke article. Not going to be confusing to anyone at all. But alright, let us begin our dive into the Series Zeros. Starting with clearing my tabs. Alright. Phase 1. The Series Zero Hub. So, the Series Zero Hub is a canon created by Crowcat, Animal Hospital, Rat King 666, and Lirin from the files of Site-19. Series Zero is about the SCP Foundation, a clandestine organization within the United States military. The SCP Foundation operates internationally, securing magical artifacts containing supernatural creatures and protecting civilians from their influence. So already you see one difference between the mainline SCP canon and the Series Zero canon, which is the SCP Foundation functions under the United States military, while in the general SCP verse, the SCP Foundation is a non-governmental private organization. Now from there, quote, what happens next is entirely up to you. Anyone can write for Series Zero. We only have a few ground rules to ensure the project achieves what it ought to achieve. No canon crossovers. Characters, SCP, locations, weapons, groups of interest, etc. developed outside of Series Zero are impermissible for use. Series Zero is bringing us a blank slate, starting over completely. Only SCP-173 and its immediate implications are canon, as well as any concepts invented by authors expressly for Series Zero, but these are not set in stone, such as new object classes, departments, personnel, etc. We are not just doing Series 1 again. Series Zero's premise begins with what if SCP-173 were posted today, and that's all we got, and continues with, what would we write to expand on this strange thing? Series Zero should have its own reader-friendly style, free of contemporary notions about what SCP is or should be. Now, already, I have a slight question regarding that rule, which is, of the 3 rules, that's the biggest one of them, which is, we're not doing Series 1 again. Now, what does that mean exactly? Because we already know what happens if you take SCP-173 and iterate on it in a manner to create new stories. That is what Series 1 is. Or at least the original sense of Series 1, because we're not talking about what happened after years of deleting articles and upgrading articles and changing them into what the current iteration of Series 1 is. We are talking about simply starting from scratch and then going down the line. Now, you will imagine that SCP authors who have been in this community for the damn near 20 years that the fandom's been around, because yes, it's SCP Foundation's 19th birthday is in June. Next year, the SCP community turns 20 years old. Whew. But suffice it to say, I wonder what the nuances of saying we're not doing Series 1 again, while it seems like you're doing a different Series 1. I'm taking them on their word that they're not doing the same thing over. I just wonder what their exact qualifications are to be not doing Series 1 again versus doing Series 0. You know what I mean? I just want to be specific so that when people get into the Series 0 vibe, they will understand it. But of course, one way we can start to get that is by looking at the current Series 0 articles and critically analyzing them to see what is different and what is not different. I am sure a little compare and contrast is in order and will help us to make good work within the SCP community. I am being asked to share the stream with the Series 0 Discord server, so I will do them the favor to do that right now. That way anyone who doesn't follow us here at Site 42 can come check this out. Good question. We are currently live right here. Alrighty. So, now that we have alerted them to our presence, let us begin. There's a Discord server. Dr. Frogman, you didn't say that was a question, so I'm assuming you're informing me of that. And I do know that. Now, if you were asking a question about that, and you just forgot the question mark at the end, or to say question like certain rock-based alien monsters, well, in that case, you meant it as a question, yes. The Series 0 hub has, at the bottom here, we don't believe in there being a canon runner or a central authority for this canon. We encourage everyone to participate in any capacity they choose. Our Discord server is open to anyone with a site membership. Join it with this link. The server is password protected and the password is on this hub. So just like the SCP Wiki itself, the password is hidden so that people don't join it willy-nilly. You have to want it, and you have to work for it. So you can join the link, you can find the password, and you can discuss and talk with them as needed. I would assume to only join the Discord server if you want to participate in writing Series Zeros. That's what I feel like the goal of it is. As in, even I am going to leave the server once I finish today's stream. Because I don't plan on writing Series 0. I barely have any time to write these days. But maybe one day I will, and then I'll discuss it with them later on. But I don't want to intrude on their space if I'm not planning on writing right now. But I did want to go in, say hello, we're streaming, come join us if you want to talk about your cool project that we're going over. So, with that in mind, double checking my Discord notifications to make sure I'm not missing anything from anyone. Zero consistency. Here from the Discord, thank you for linking the stream. Glad you found us okay, and welcome. Dr. Sherman's a retired author. Don't hurt my feelings, Dr. Frogman, even if it's true. When was the last time I wrote a frickin' SCP? Do I exist on this database? The last SCP article I wrote was, oh no, in 2021. Ouch. We're just gonna ignore that. We're just gonna ignore that. And finally, intern DJ. I finally read that SCP-3999 article you suggested to me. And so I did enjoy it. Thank you for the recommendation. So, starting in the SCP Series 0 Hub. The first SCP listed as a Series 0 is SCP-173. Now, we're all well familiar with the sculpture, but it's worth taking a look at it again with fresh eyes, since we intend to look at things that are inspired by it. So, I don't know that I've ever seen a 5-digit rating before on the database. 10,584 positive. So, SCP-173, the sculpture, the original. It's very short. We'll go over it real quick. Item number, SCP-173. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. Item, SCP-173, is to be kept in a locked container at all times. When personnel must enter SCP-173's container, no fewer than 3 may enter at any time, and the door is to be relocked behind them. At all times, 2 persons must maintain direct eye contact with 173 until all personnel have vacated and relocked the container. Description. Moved to Site 19, 1993. Origin is as of yet unknown. It is constructed from concrete and rebar, with traces of Krylon brand spray paint. SCP-173 is animate and extremely hostile. The object cannot move while within a direct line of sight. Line of sight must not be broken at any time with SCP-173. Personnel assigned to enter the container are instructed to alert one another before blinking. Object is reported to attack by snapping the neck at the base of the skull or by strangulation. In the event of an attack, personnel are to observe Class 4 hazardous object containment procedures. Personnel report sounds of scraping stone originating from within the container when no one is present inside. This is considered normal, and any change in this behavior should be reported to the acting HMCL supervisor on duty. The reddish-brown substance on the floor is a combination of feces and blood. Origin of these materials is unknown. The enclosure must be cleaned on a bi-weekly basis. So, a duly note. That is the original SCP-173. Now, someone said something about this in the Series 0 page, I believe. They said that the original SCP-173 did not even have an object class when it was posted on 4chan. I'm curious about that, and while we are all discussing SCP-173 original post images, I'm looking for the green text. Yes! And in fact, it does have a shark punching center typo as well. If we go to the image here. So here's the original post in 4chan formatting. And we see, this is a repost of it. Because you'll notice the date is January 16th, 2008. So this is not the original post. But it does have some interesting formatting edits. For instance, you notice the SPC-173 shark punching center typo is alive and well, even at the beginning. We also have Krylon spelled wrong, and that was fixed in the article. there is a comma after 1993 instead of a period. And so there are a lot of grammatical errors that were cleaned up to make the SCP-173 what it is. Its weakness, however, is that it does not move while being watched. Despite this paralysis, it is still highly dangerous, able to I'm just going to start at the beginning. There's a lot of differences here. Let's go back to the original. Item number SCP-173, Special Containment Procedures. Item SPC-173 is to be kept in a locked container at all times. When personnel must enter SCP-173's container, no fewer than 3 may enter at any time and the doors to be relocked behind them. At all times, 2 persons must be looking at SCP-173 until all personnel vacated and relock the container. Description: move to Site 19, no hyphen in Site 19. 1993, little is known about item number SCP-173's origins. It is constructed from concrete and rebar and was once painted with Krylon brand spray paint. SCP-173 is animate and malevolent. If given the chance, it will kill anyone within its line of sight. Sight spelled wrong. Its weakness, however, is that it does not move while being watched. Despite this paralysis, it is still highly dangerous, able to cover at least 2 meters in the literal blink of an eye. It typically kills either by snapping the victim's neck from behind or grabbing the victim's throat and strangling them. Whatever animates SCP-173 does not give it much force with which to break things. As seen above, a large room with unbarred windows is fully capable of containing it. Its grip, however, is unbreakable, as when it is not moving, the statue is as hard and strong as concrete. While left alone in its room, one can hear a stone-on-stone scraping from within that is believed to be the sound of SCP-173 moving about. The reddish-brown substance on the floor is a combination of feces and blood. We don't know, nor wish to find out, where it comes from or how it arrives, but SCP-173's container will slowly fill with these substances. In order to ensure that bacterial growth does not begin to damage the building it is contained in, and to maintain some level of sanitation, the enclosure must be cleaned on a bi-weekly basis. So, very interesting to see how the original SCP-173 wording is a lot more standard 4chan creepypasta. Even the SCP-173 we have on the database... oh, sorry, I got distracted by someone in the chat. So, in both the 173 4chan version and the 173 that we currently have, they still both strangle. A lot of people seem to forget that SCP-173 snaps your neck or strangles you. It does both. Meanwhile, yes, that 4chan post, you can just see a lot of less clinical tone, a lot more emotional language, such as, we don't know nor wish to find out where it comes from. So these are all just little quirks moving from 4chan to codifying the language later on. It's interesting historical data. I imagine that the Series Zeros are working off the current understanding of SCP-173 on the database, rather than going all the way back to the 4chan article, because they are still utilizing object classes and the like. So, that is a rehash of the original sculpture as well as its early 4chan post before it was cleaned up. Let me run over to the chat, check the notifications before we jump over to the first of our Series Zeros, now that we have our baseline of the Series Zero articles. 369 Destroyer, thank you for your first donation to today's stream as well as being a member. Grab yourself some cheesy garlic bread on your way past the commissary. RLE update. Glad to see you survived that strange invasion yesterday. The RLE successfully contained the Horde. They don't need food, so absolute win. I do consider that an absolute win. I am so glad that that thing is being contained by that thing. Leave them in the lack rooms for all I care. How do we power that thing for eternity? 100 stars. Thank you for sending some sparkles to the Containment Hazard Assessment team. I am sure they feel quite bonita, thanks to your contribution. Checking in the chat. All right. Oh, where's that one? I saw a message I wanted to say. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Tell me. We don't currently use the Euclid class, but we have been using a number of classes related to other Greek philosophers. Zero consistency. Yes, I saw that. I believe one of the ones I saw had an object class Pythagoras. And so it's funny because safe is a pretty basic word for an object class. Euclid is the mathematical person, and then Keter is a Hebrew word. And so I don't know the source of where those different object classes came into being, but I am interested to seeing more of how you all iterate upon that object class thing, bumping off from how the current 173 iteration does so. And speaking of which, why don't we take a look at the first of our series zeros. Popping over to the database. And so the first of the series zeros on this hub, at least, is one that we have already looked over. So we're going to quickly summarize this one. Now, written by J. Dune. So, I'm curious, Zero Consistency, if you can answer this for me. So, is the hub of the series zeros in any particular order? And the reason I ask is because the first series zero listed is SCP-9853, the Easter Rabbit. But when I go into the Easter Rabbit's discussion to discover that it was written by J. Dune, an epic big fan of his SCPs I am. There? I think J. Dune is a he. Suffice it to say, big fan of J. Dune's articles regardless of pronouns, but the author page, J. Dune, starts by saying, so the Series Zero bug going around bit me too. That gives me an inkling that there were other Series Zero articles before this one, doesn't it? That tells me that there were other Series Zeros, because how do you get the Series Zero bug if there wasn't a Series Zero yet? But 9853 is the first one on the hub after 173. So I am curious as to what the first Series Zero actually was, just for historical fact. Curious Kuro, you could be true. Maybe this is the very first Series Zero, but J. Dune is just talking about people discussing Series Zero, and that inspired J. Dune to write this. Zero Consistency. Thank you for getting me some intel along the way. But while that's starting up, I will go over a quick summary of SCP-9853, codename the Easter Bunny. So, the Easter Bunny, item number, I am going to read this because we're also talking about formatting, so this one I will read. SCP-9853, the Easter Rabbit. Item number SCP-9853, object class Pythagoras. So, another mathematician, not Euclid, but Pythagoras. Pythagoras. Special contained procedures. Hazardous material specialists are to retrieve SCP-9853's refuse, which is collected in a small metal basin beneath the object once every 24 hours. Full-body coverings are necessary for handling SCP-9853's discharges. All waste products obtained from SCP-9853 are held within individual containers within the Greater Operations Armory until authorized for use in the field. Instances older than 3 months are destroyed via incinerator. Description: seized from Glamour Costuming Shop in Hammond, Indiana. So you can see that very terse language, again, right at the start of the description. 173 had that terse statement of moved to Site 19, 1993. This has seized from Glamour Costuming Shop in Hammond, Indiana. Let's continue. SCP-9853 is a two-piece fleece and wool costume designed to resemble a yellow-furred Easter Bunny character. The object's hollow interior is occupied by a mass of plaster, allowing it to maintain form. Once every 24 hours, SCP-9853 produces a firm, oval-shaped, white mass from a hole located within the object's mouth. While the outermost layer of these objects is chemically comparable to rubber, testing has revealed a plaster interior, similar to SCP-9853's internal composition. Despite this, these objects possess an intensely odorous, sulfitic smell. Physical contact with an object produced by SCP-9853 will induce an alteration in a party's active perception. Upon contact, the party will gain spatial, visual, and tactile awareness of SCP-9853 and its surrounding area, regardless of the party's actual distance from the object. These sensations overlap with the party's existing natural perceptions of their own environment, creating a simultaneous sensory experience. Sleep, sedation, and other losses of consciousness do not terminate the cognizance of SCP-9853 and its locality. The effect will persist until the party wholly consumes the waste it has touched. SCP-9853 has been authorized for containment within Enhanced Interrogation Chamber 4, located at Site Black. Enhanced Interrogation Chamber 4 has been outfitted with the following features: a floodlight system serving as a pseudo-ceiling, operating at an intensity of 140 lumens per watt. A series of 6 high-intensity volume amplifiers installed within each of the chamber's walls and ceilings. A floor and wall pattern of jagged pieces of raised metal. And a piping system designed to keep the chamber flooded with a minimum of 6 centimeters of water kept at a temperature below of 15 Celsius or below. At present, 64 detainees are simultaneously held within SCP-9853's perceptual radius. So, first of all, you're getting that terse clinical tone. We're jumping object class mathematicians. Definitely going a bit of a darker route. The grimdark that specifically Jay Dune, I believe Jay Dune did The Trench, the SCP-9000 winner. And The Trench certainly had that very cold to the point of almost being cruel vibe. And so, too, does Jay Dune bring us that with this particular article. I mean, if it were me, and I were trying to think of a use for this thing, I personally would imagine using it as a Trojan horse, whereas we could put the bunny, we could gift it to whoever we wanted to spy on, and then we would utilize the perception from outside to see in, but they would probably just put it in a containment cell, so that wouldn't be very useful. The torture idea, pretty inspired though. I like the way these horrible people think. So SCP-9853, the Easter Rabbit. We have the SCP Foundation again. Remember, in this Series 0 universe, we are a part of the U.S. military, so we can expect some friction with that. Are SCP authors okay? ? No. Dr. Frog, you answered your own question correctly. Yes. Hopping over to the chat for our in-between as we discuss this. What is your favorite SCP? Intern Angel. I always tell you my favorite SCPs at the end of stream, which is in the next hour and 20 minutes to maybe 2 hours and 20 minutes. It's going to be a while. But you can always donate to get me to say so immediately. Or you can cheat by going to yesterday's stream and skipping to the end, where I also do so. It's the end of stream tradition. So you have a couple of ways to figure it out there. Zero consistency. All right, I'm back. I believe the first one may have been SCP-9508. I am interested in checking that one out then. Maybe we'll skip ahead to that one. But let's close out on the Easter Bunny, which ironically, or appropriately one might say, is at a current rating of positive 173. So that's neat. What a crazy random happenstance. Great coinkydink there. 9058, you say? 9508, there we go. All right. I'm just double checking. All right, before I jump into 9508, I see a donation came in through the Ko-Fi. Let me get that before I forget the notification. Rave Haven, thank you for... Why is your profile SCP-729-J? Why is that your your profile on Ko-Fi, your Ko-File? Ugh. What the hell? Director Miku, we have a problem. SCP-729-J has parents? What the hell are you talking about? Ugh. Okay, what do you mean check Discord? Where do you want me to check, Ravehaven? Oh, I see. Oh. I don't like it that they're that color. That worries me. What are they doing? Why are they that big? This is bad news. Do you read me? Do you read me? Okay. Okay, we're back. We're back. All right. Rave Haven, thank you for donating again to say, they turn purple on maturity, they also mellow out. Okay, but isn't that pink that I saw? Is that different than purple? Is it going to continue to change colors? Like a hideous rainbow? Anyway, on to something much better to talk about. Namely, whatever horror hides behind SCP-9508. Codename, Open Mouth. That's worrying. So, reminder, this one we think might be the first Series 0. In fact, I'm just going to check the description and see. An excellent start to Series 0, as well as fun and unique anomaly on his own. Okay, well, at least the author Animal Hospital, who is part of the founding team of Series 0, says this is an excellent start to Series 0. So, we can at least use that as a partial confirmation. Let's take a look at SCP-9508, codename Open Mouth. Item number, SCP-9508. Object class, Xeno. Special containment procedures. Open Mouth Barbecue has been permanently closed to the public. Description. SCP-9508 is the pit at Open Mouth Barbecue, a barbecue restaurant in Dripping Springs, Texas. Prior to containment, Open Mouth Barbecue was held in high regard by the local population. Its proprietorship changed on several occasions during its 41-year lifespan. None of the owners appear to have been aware of SCP-9508's anomaly. Pictured, a foreground of the pit and an Open Mouth Barbecue employee in the background. Anyone who cooks food in SCP-9508 will experience physical sensations when the food is eaten by another person. Oh. The nature and intensity of these sensations varies substantially between tests. Consumers will not have any unexpected sensations when eating the food. So, we're now going to go into the tests and probably be very upset by them. Because this If you cook in the SCP barbecue pit, you feel the food being eaten. So first and foremost, point of order, we do have another perceptual shift as the anomaly, which is interesting. An interesting coincidence that the Easter Bunny anomaly transfers your perception, and so too does this one. But also, this is very much content warning for Vor. Content warning for Vor. That's what I'm worried about. Possible content warning for Vor. And as I go into this zero consistency, I don't know if it was said earlier, but as the Easter Bunny suggests, though the modern Foundation is often depicted as morally gray or cold, not cruel, our Foundation is straight up the worst. Wonderful. Okay, here we go. Partial testing data. Date, June 20th, 1994. Cook, B. Woodward. I almost said Bob Woodward because politics, but B. Woodward. Consumers, D. Yates. Food, pork ribs. Effects. Woodward was able to discern, even from a closed room apart from where Yates was dining, when exactly Yates took each bite of ribs. Woodward described the sensation of chewing as intense, but not painful or unpleasant, pinching in his chest. Food being swallowed corresponded to a slimy feeling in various places on Woodward's torso. After finishing the ribs, Yates licked some leftover barbecue sauce off of a bone. Woodward was able to identify this behavior, but was unwilling to describe the sensation in detail. Woodward requested a break from testing following this, citing emotional disquiet. Yates reported no unusual experiences during the meal and described the food as good. Okay. Yep. I guess we're going for this. Test 2 listed in the data. Date 2 days later, June 22nd, 1994. Cook, G. Smock. Consumers, C. Wynn, E. Lacey. Food, beef brisket and chicken. Effects. Smock reported 2 sets of sensations corresponding to chewing. One inside the mouth described as being pecked by small birds. The other in the hands described as petting a cat that's been laying in the sun. Both were considered pleasant. Smock was not made aware of swallowing, but could tell when Wynn or Lacey licked their lips or wiped their face with a napkin. This sensation was described as polishing the inside of my eyeballs, and was also considered pleasant. Partway through the test, Wynn and Lacey exchanged small portions of their respective meals. Smock experienced a fit of giggles when this occurred, but could not account for it after regaining composure. Notably, Smock described Wynn and Lacey as the sisters during testing, despite having no contact with either prior to the test. While both are women, they are not related. Wynn and Lacey reported greatly enjoying their meals and were unable to shed light on Smock's misconception. Okay. This is not... Let's keep going. August 1st, 1994. So we waited a month and a half for this next test. Cook, Q. Pope. Consumers, J. Nelson. Food, pulled pork sandwich. Effects. When Nelson bit into the pulled pork itself, rather than the bun or the pickle, Pope experienced the sensation of being bitten on a seemingly random part of the body. Swallowing resulted in the feeling of being compressed from all sides, as though being forced head-first through a narrow, lubricated tube. Partway through the meal, Nelson began dipping the sandwich in mustard. Whenever this occurred, Pope experienced it as a prolonged, intense pain in the scalp, as though their hair was being pulled back. After the experiment's conclusion, Pope was physically shaken and asked to meet the person who ate the pulled pork. Pope also proactively volunteered for future experiments. Nelson reported not liking the sandwich, but stated that dipping it in mustard made it tolerable. Oh no. Oh no, this is the last test. And as you know, in any SCP project, it's going to get more and more. You gotta raise the stakes of a story to keep reading. Here comes the stakes. Ha, you get it? Because it's a barbecue restaurant? Anyways. Date. July 4th, 1995. So we waited almost a whole year to do this. And it's a 4th of July barbecue. Cook, Dr. Villarreal. Consumers, Research Team 13, 10 personnel, not including Dr. Villarreal. Food, various meats. Effects. Authorization was granted to use open-mouth barbecue for the staff's Independence Day celebration. Dr. Villarreal volunteered to prepare the meat for the event, with the stipulation that he be allowed to eat his own meal first to avoid being distracted by SCP-9508's effects. So Dr. Villarreal is doing auto-cannibalism right now. Dr. Villarreal experienced no effects from eating his own food, and so the meat was distributed to the rest of the team. All right, at least we dodged that bullet. Shortly after staff beginning the food he had prepared, Dr. Villarreal started shaking and laid on the floor of the observation room, where he remained until well after the conclusion of the meal. During this time, Dr. Villarreal vocalized erratically and incoherently, but did not appear distressed. Further details have been withheld for the sake of decorum. Once Dr. Villarreal regained his composure, he described the experience as a comprehensive sensory overload with a variety of overlapping physical stimuli that he found difficult to classify or distinguish between. This was accompanied with a variety of strong emotions that he was similarly unable to adequately characterize, as well as various insights into his co-workers that may or may not be grounded in reality. While staff greatly appreciated Dr. Villarreal's cooking and his volunteering for the experiment, Dr. Villarreal had to be reassigned following various instances of overly familiar behavior towards his teammates over the next week. He remains in good standing with the organization. Overly familiar? Yeah, I bet, Dr. Villarreal. Okay. Written by SCP author Communism Will Win, whose work I am prone to enjoying quite a bit. I end this by saying, I do not know C-dubs. I have never met this person. I do not know them. All I do know is that, notwithstanding not accusing them of anything, this definitely speaks to the old school SCP, the author's barely disguised fetish. I'm not accusing C-dubs of that. I'm sure you can write things that aren't your own barely disguised fetish. But does that hit some markers for me that make me think so? We've had some much more egregious examples. I'm saying this is a slight case. Well, slight to moderate, maybe. But I'll be damned. That article does hit. It does hit all of the squick. I gave it an upvote. If you enjoyed it, you can give it an upvote as well. Why do so many SCP authors have a vor fetish? Dr. Frogman, I'm not sure they have a vor fetish, but man, cannibalism is an uncomfortable concept. And that makes all sorts of squick happen in readers' bodies. So I'd say that it's probably less that the authors have a vor fetish than it is that they know it's going to make you go, ugh. It's like if you know the make viewer uncomfortable button, you're going to press it. All right, I'm popping over to the chat to see what's up. How you guys doing, chat? Are you okay? Rave Haven, thank you for donating again to say, pink means, flips through notes, best not to worry. If it's anything relating to that abomination, I am always worried. Obviously. What is that drink there, Doc? Intern Leech, this is a non-sponsored liquid death tea lemonade mixture called Dead Billionaire. I think I drink it for the title alone. Picked the wrong time to eat dinner. Is that so, Amber? Because suffice it to say, that article made me want to go for barbecue later. I'm thinking it's a barbecue kind of night. Hey Doc, found you in a tale series called I Didn't Forget, and its more recent chapters. Great work helping stop that potential disaster. Very cool. I did not know that I was in a tale series at all. SCP Tale I Didn't Forget. I Didn't Forget Hub. Well, the quickest way to get me to read something on the SCP database is to put me in it. So I now have that bookmarked to go check it out later. Thank you for the tip. Dr. Sherman makes a cameo on the AIAD hub as well. I did not know that I was referenced on the Artificial Intelligence Applications Division hub, and that would be a lot faster to read, so I will look at that real quick. What is on the AIAD hub regarding me? The hell was that? Okay, that's something else. Do 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 do. You've got me on a narcissism tangent. I need to find out what I did. Why am I here? I don't know why I would be mentioned on this hub. All right, clearly I am mentioned on page 1 or something like that. Because when I switched to page 2, there wasn't a mention anymore. You're in the last article in SCP-2. I'm having trouble finding this. Now I see Feodora.aic, aka Fodder AIC, is located at Site 42, as is Leonidas.aic. And so with Site 42 on hand, you'll probably be able to find it in the story timeline. All right, well, this has taken enough of a tangent time that I'm going to save it for later. Oh, well, that's quick. I can come here. I'm just going to put this aside and come back to it later. Let's get back on task. So those are there for later. Coming back to the chat one more time. So I'm kind of new to this YouTube thing, so can you give me some guidelines? Intern Astrum, welcome to YouTube, I guess. You're allowed to say things in the chat. Don't make them bad things, but only good things. And the moderators will not be mad at you. Furthermore, we are here to discuss the SCP Foundation. Okay, cool. DJ, Desk gave me the background thing in the back channel, so I've got that on hand for later on. Okay, let's get back to the stream subject, because we've got a lot of articles to cover before I can sign off today. We're already at the 1 hour mark, people. I said we'd do 2 to 3 hours. I need to get through these freaking series zeros. So, let's get back on task. Thank you, C-Dubs, for SCP-9508. Very squick, good work. Now, the next SCP Series 0 article we will be rocking is SCP-9073, the third one on the hub. This one is called, codename, The Bad Man. SCP-9073, codename, The Bad Man. Object class, Hypatia. See, now I also know that that is a mathematician, but I only know that Hypatia is a mathematician because I watched the television series The Good Place. And they actually meet Hypatia in The Good Place. Hypatia is played by Lisa Kudrow, otherwise known as Phoebe from Friends, funnily enough. Please do note, I will get to all donations during the in-between article times. So let's get through the Bad Man. Special containment procedures. As SCP-9073's manifestations cannot be predicted, actually containing it is infeasible. However, since it universally affects children who are easily suggestible and will often assume that SCP-9073 was some manner of nightmare, this is not of great concern. Description. SCP-9073 is an anomalous humanoid that appears outside of a small percentage of houses in the United States that meet certain conditions. These conditions include: the house is only inhabited by a single child between 6 and 12 years of age. It is past 2200 hours. It is dark outside, and the child is not asleep. Is anyone getting some SCP-4666 vibes? The Bad Man? The Yule Man? SCP-9073 manifestation entails the entity walking up to the house's front door and repeatedly knocking and or ringing the doorbell, requesting to be let in the house. Camera footage of the entity appears to show a tall man wreathed in shadow. Its voice and appearance have been universally referred to as unpleasant and disquieting. Do you think children called it unpleasant and disquieting? I'm just saying, researchers in charge of this document, perhaps you should use what the children said, rather than unpleasant and disquieting. But, okay, you're being a little stuffy about it, I getcha. SCP-9073 will continue knocking for 5 to 10 minutes. Should the child not open the door, it will slip 2 full-size Hershey brand chocolate bars under the door. Should the child consume the candy or open the door at any point, SCP-9073 will grab the child and teleport along with it to an unknown location. From here, the experience of the subject varies, though they will invariably be teleported back to their own bedroom, asleep, 2 hours later. SCP-9073 has not been noted to appear to the same subject twice. So, teleports the child away for 2 hours if they consume the candy or open the door. Now see, here's what I thought. I thought that was going to, should the child not open the door, they get candy as a reward for being smart and not opening the door for a bad man. But that's not the case. Eating the child is a trap. Zero consistency, content warning for implied abuse. Thank you, Zero Consistency, for the content warning. Okay, so, Addendum 1. The following is a collection of short summaries of SCP-9073 manifestations as recorded by the ones experiencing it. The full list is available to those assigned to the anomaly. Subject, Jeremy Fish, age 9. Date, 21st of February 2009. Summary. Fish stated that SCP-9073 took him to a, quote, big and old house where all the lights were broken, and then chased him while holding a needle and buttons. The sound of its running was described as similar to that of a dog on all fours, and he repeatedly stated that it could, quote, climb the walls. At one point, SCP-9073 grabbed Fish and forced him to look at it before, quote, taking off a mask, revealing a rotten feminine face, and releasing him. Additional notes. Fish's parents stated that they had taken the boy to see the film Coraline recently, and that he had been having nightmares about it, believing that SCP-9073's manifestation was simply one of these dreams. In addition, the removal of a mask was noted similar to a scene from The Witches by Roald Dahl. So, 2 children's stories involved there. Well, can we call Coraline a children's story? Huh. But 2 fictional stories involved in that. Interesting. Subject: Amy Rutenberg, age 7. Date: the 14th of August, 2007. Summary: Rutenberg did not open the door for SCP-9073 and instead ate one of the chocolate bars provided. SCP-9073 transported her to a hospital room where she vomited into a bucket for at least half an hour while SCP-9073 laughed at her, forcing her to eat both chocolate bars once she was finished vomiting. She stated that, quote, it hurt worse than any tummy ache, and that she continued vomiting intermittently until finally, SCP-9073 patted her on the head. This caused the cessation of all symptoms. Additional notes. Rutenberg has developed an aversion to chocolate and other candies, though her liking for lettuce and other vegetables has increased dramatically. Zero consistency. I will save that statement for the end of the article then. Subject: William Billy Mink, age 8. Date: December 1st, 2004. Summary: Mink repeatedly noted that SCP-9073 had a voice and appearance similar to his father's, stating that he opened the door immediately due to being, quote, scared of a hiding. SCP-9073 transported Mink to a space similar to an implausibly large walk-in closet, chasing him with a, quote, big hook on a stick, attempting to grab him by the pants and bring him to it. Mink stated that he hid behind a stack of blue dresses until the manifestation ended. Additional notes. After hearing this story, Mink's mother immediately filed for divorce and moved in with a close friend, taking her son with her. Consistency 0 stated, you'll see throughout that this is essentially an opposite of 4666. This will certainly be interesting as we jump into that and see what this final addendum tells us. Addendum 2. On March 4th, 2010, Dr. Philip Perez conducted an experiment involving SCP-9073. By building a substructure beneath the home, yet one that could easily access the front door, he hoped to determine what would happen if an adult opened the door for SCP-9073. The experiment was successful following 2 months of trial. When Dr. Perez opened the door, SCP-9073 showed signs of extreme confusion and annoyance before grabbing Dr. Perez and disappearing with him. Dr. Perez reappeared in his home 10 hours later, unconscious, bleeding from multiple small bite wounds, and in a state of extreme traumatic shock. Though he recovered following therapeutic treatment, he has refused to comment on what SCP-9073 did to him. All testing of this nature has been cancelled until further notice. The hell? So, over the 3 tests, the kid had nightmares about Coraline, and then the entity manifested Coraline. The Rutenberg child, she ate a candy bar and then had a bunch of vomiting, and then 973 stopped the vomiting, but now the kid doesn't like chocolate and candies and has increased liking vegetables, which is good for their health. And then Billy got kidnapped and chased throughout a closet, after which the mother divorced the father. I'm trying to figure out exactly the symbolism into what the entity is doing to so-called help the child in these ways. Meanwhile, Dr. Perez getting beat up and bitten all over by the entity. Interesting. Let me jump into the discussion real quick. By the way, a quick hello to... I'm using your Discord handles, unfortunately, so but in fact, I'm not going to call you out just in case I don't want to dox you. But simply, if you're in the Series 0 Discord server and you have joined us as a little watch party, good to see you guys. Welcome to the stream. The more the merrier. So I'm going to the discussion. I want to see what researcher Kathy Autumn did not say anything about. It just said, this is the bad man, Series 0. So yes, I can see what Zero Khan said regarding it being an inverse 4666, because it does seem to be helping these children in some way. I feel like the father was abusing the third child. I feel like getting the second kid to eat vegetables is probably a good thing. I'm not quite sure the symbolism in the first one, unless it cured the nightmares of Coraline. But I do thank you, Desk, for getting me this back channel message from ZeroCon. Hypatia is essentially our Keter, as it's defined in our glossary as being unable to be easily contained and predicted. ZeroCon, where is this glossary? I'm curious. I am interested in this. Guidelines for writing. I'm now looking in the Discord server to see if I can... Glossary! Alright, I'm going to give you a couple of these, glossary. Apparently, inside the site, the Series 0 Discord server, Site 19 is holding the Sculpture, Mossback, Ticklish Structure, Weird Dog, Bloodsport, and the Whale. Site Black is holding the Easter Rabbit and Mr. Crouch and Mr. Hop. Site Red has the Plague Lamp. Site 11 and SCP-9965 lacks a site. The Victorville site. Okay, so you guys are building quite a bit of lore here, then. Object classes. Euclid, Pythagoras, Hypatia contained, Zeno, Hippocrates, Diogenes, Pieta, Juvenalis, Plato, Nihil, and Class F Exceptional Hazard. Let's do an object class rundown, everyone. That one will give us some knowledge later. Euclid, everyone knows what Euclid is. Pythagoras, being used by us, this canon's thaumiel. So that is why the Easter Rabbit is thaumiel. Hypatia, can't be properly predicted and contained, so Keter, essentially. Contained, easy to contain, this canon is safe. Or this canon's version of safe. Zeno, doesn't do anything by itself, does not move. Hippocrates, we have a duty to care about this anomaly. Diogenes, something to do between Euclid and Keter. Pieta, don't know yet, and the author isn't responding to questions yet. Juvenalis, it's an asset utilized by the Foundation for profit. Plato, something we can't directly observe. Nihil, neutralized of this canon. So nihil means it's gone. And Class F, Exceptional Hazard, no idea yet. Good stuff. We also have a couple of characters in the Series 0 canon right now. Dr. Renly Wisp, Director of Site 19, Director of R&D, Southern older woman with no military background and a doctorate, generally kind and affectionate. C. Wynn, oldest test subject of the SCP Foundation, caustic and sardonic, transgender, lonely, Minnesotan. Dr. Noel, observing researcher within the bioweaponry division, specializes in chemical weapons. And Walter Camrose, designated hazardous entity containment liaison for Site Black, former director of operations for the Smithsonian National Zoological Park, and black sheep member of the Camrose family, owners of Groundview Correctional Management, and the 5th largest private prison corporation in the United States and Canada. Interesting. They also have a publicity division and a bioweaponry division. Cool backing lore for Series 0. as we go through more of these articles. But before we go into the next Series 0, I'm going to jump over to the chat and say hello. Desk in the chat would like to state, anyone of the Series 0 hub, if you have information you would like passed on to Dr. Sherman, feel free to @ me in the YouTube chat or message me on Discord if you would like your privacy. So if you want to get me a direct message and you are one of the authors of Series 0 and you have intel to pass on about your works or Series 0 project, feel free to tag Desk in the chat or to DM Desk over Discord. All right, popping back to the chat. All right, we have a series of donations. Let me get caught up. Oh, real quick. Dr. Sherman, how come with some usernames you change your tone of voice, like Lone Claw, Cypher's Girl, and Froy? Well, actually, Froy, of the three, I do believe yours is the least meaningful one, which is just that Froy has kind of a tone to it in my mouth when I say it. Now, Lone Claw, I say specifically Lone Claw, because that is a parody of the speech pattern of Dark Helmet from the movie Spaceballs. That is how Dark Helmet says the protagonist, Lone Star. And so Lone Claw fits that same speech pattern. And then Cypher's Girl is based on the song Jesse's Girl. I wish that I had Jesse's Girl. And so those are all just vocal reminders in my head when I see certain words. These are the noises my mouth makes. These are the noises my brain comes up with. Dr. Nightmare Bonnie, thank you for your first donation to today's stream. Get yourself a mango smoothie on your way past the commissary. Also, intern Raylan and Ortiz, welcome to Site 42 staff. Thank you for subscribing. Dr. Nightmare Bonnie said, we use SCP-7 too. Ooh. I-J. Helium tank test and went to space. What do you mean? Did you attach a helium tank to that thing and float it into space? Did you attach a helium tank to that abomination and did it float you to space? What? Specify. We can't lose that anomaly. We do not want it sneaking up on us. Terragal, thank you for your first donation to today's stream as well as being a member. Grab yourself some nachos on your way past the commissary. The cheese in the commissary has gained sentience. All right, we'll move it to CCU, the Cheese Containment Unit, and communicate with it, see if we can, I don't know, have it not be anomalous anymore, or begin research, because I guess we have another anomaly. We'll have to allocate some more research resources, which means the site budget's going to be even more stretched thin than it already is. Great. Monster Check, thank you for your first 2 donations to today's stream. Grab yourself some fried cheese on your way past the commissary. Hey, Doctor, so I'm sorry, I'm going to be honest, I came here to, quote, vent, not require gonna vent, just know I am pissed off right now, and what the hell did I join stream on? Well, I mean, joining stream to vent, we are a professional organization, the SCP Foundation, you are among staff members. Maybe save venting for your close friends and therapist on site? Just this is a public place with over 100 viewers. You gotta watch out when you air your dirty laundry, who it might slap upon wetly and stinkily, so to speak. And I don't know when you joined stream. I think it might have been during the VOR SCP. So, yeah, that happened. Captain Gilbert, thank you for sending a press F to the Containment Hazard Assessment team. I sure they appreciate your paid respects. Goose, thank you for your first donation to today's stream as well as being a member. Grab yourself a chicken fried steak on your way past the commissary. Happy International Asexuality Day. Hell yes, I did not know it was that day, but wonderful. Happy shout out to all of my fellow asexual SCP Foundation staff members, and I guess to the civilians out there who are asexual as well. We are valid, we exist, and stop fraternizing with the anomalies, you horny bastards. Before I move on to the last donations here, I have been informed by our animal wrangler, Agent Goose, that we are having some visits. First visitor is Puppy of Interest 42, codename Charlie, who is here to say hello. The sweetest pumpkin on site, Puppy of Interest 42, codename Charlie, is here. And alongside Puppy of Interest 42, codename Charlie, we also have visitation from Agent Charlemagne. Both babies have come to visit us at the same time. This is a blessing of babies. They are friends, good buddies. This is important. This is content. Whoa. Careful, Charlemagne. Very funny. Good nibble, I guess.
Ears. Ears are overrated.
Woo. Agent Charlemagne has in the past also taken great interest at Puppy of Interest 42's tail when it wags expressly.
She does that on purpose.
Puppy of Interest 42 is baiting Agent Charlemagne. I see.
Yes.
It's a neat trick. What happened? Agent Charlemagne nibbled a little too much on Puppy of Interest's ear and she was surprised.
He wanted more of the attention. She was in his way.
Little nibble. They are safe. Oh, you want a lap now?
See, she was in his spot.
Yeah, now he can have all the attention.
He's like, haha.
Now I have the lap. Now I am the king of the SCP Foundation. Good work, Agent Charlemagne. You are the king of the SCP Foundation. We believe it. Yes, but now she's taller than you, Agent Charlemagne. What are you going to do?
Probably make a lot of typos on the keyboard.
Yes, please do not release all the anomalies, Agent Charlemagne.
He's usually shy.
Yes, usually Agent Charlemagne does not like being on the stream. This is a strange situation. Okay, welcome back. Let me double check for my allergies that I am clean and clear. And we will finish the donations and get back to the next of Series 0. That was a nice pet break. Desk, you've sent me a couple intels from Zero Consistency. Site 19 is described as a non-military research and development containment facility specifically designed for containing humanoids. Interesting. The last described site, the Victorville site, is described in full down the bottom of the threat. Thread. Okay, thread, I see. Ta-da-da-da. Ba-da. And that thread, that lore, that glossary, departments, object class locations, sites. Victorville Site, a small SCP facility adjacent to George Air Force Base in the Victor Valley of California. Frequently cooperates with the USP Victorville, where the SCP sources most of its non-volunteer test subjects and laborers. Considered a small offshoot of the larger Site Black due to the frequency of hazardous paranormal activities in the Los Angeles area. Site Victorville serves as a semi-permanent holding site for objects needed to be removed from civilian sectors fast. A miserable place to work, assignment there being joked about as a punishment for disobedient personnel. So, they've got their own Keter duty. Excellent. All right. Monster Check, thank you for donating twice again to say. Don't worry, I pulled that thing back down to containment. We're good, hopefully. Yes, we cannot let that abomination be loose. Furthermore, I'm not going to vent, I'm just saying I'm pissed. Well, I hope that you are putting that energy to good use. Now that you brought up venting, you're going to get some old man Dr. Sherman advice. One thing that I've read about in psychology articles, not articles, but articles describing articles, so take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt here, but venting is often thought of as a way to feel better after a negative thing happens. The problem is, the venting, such as yelling or punching a pillow, it does release endorphins into your brain. That makes you feel good. But it also builds the habit of screaming and punching things to feel good. And so you train your brain to enjoy screaming and punching things. You are creating a habit, a repeated pattern of doing these negative things, which might accidentally get applied to something that's not screaming alone or punching a pillow. Maybe screaming at a person or punching a wall or a person. So be cautious with venting. Rather than that, think of like a Buddhist monk. They train themselves not to react. They train themselves to be calm and non-reactory. And so you of course, there's got to be a balance, because anger is not always bad. It can be useful. Fight or flight. Sometimes you do need to get angry. Sometimes you need to channel that anger into useful things. So just consider your actions and what you're training yourself to do in life. You don't have to go full Buddhist monk, but you don't want to go full Kyle, punching a wall through the drywall after having a Monster Energy drink at midnight situation. Catherine Snell, thank you for sending a makeup brush to the Containment Hazard Assessment team. I am sure they look fabulous and that they slay thanks to your contribution. Taylor, thank you for sending a $100 and some sparkles to the Containment Hazard Assessment team. I am sure they feel bonita and that they will keep it $100 at your urging. Monster Sec, thank you for donating twice again to say that thing is out again. How? You just contained it! Okay, now I gotta calm myself. Yeah, I don't normally vent. Yeah. Well, do your best. Son of a... Get it. It's close to my office, apparently. Intern Tiresias, thank you for your first donation to today's stream. Grab yourself a burger on your way past the commissary. Help, I have 7 softball games this weekend. How the hell do you play 7 softball games in one weekend? Are you watching them? Are you commentating on them? You can't play 7 games in one weekend. That's absurd. Monster Check, thank you for donating again to say, I turned my back for half a second. And now look where it got us. Get that thing out of my outer office hallway before it finds a way in. Okay. I am now... Oh, Monster Check, thank you for one more donation to say, on my way, stay safe from that thing. You're damn right I will. I'm not going anywhere if that thing's outside my office. That one pan editor, thank you for your first donation to today's stream. Get yourself a street taco on your way past the commissary. And you said, what's your favorite SCP? Mine is SCP-049. Well, since you asked and you donated, I might as well tell you. My favorite SCPs, which I usually save for the end of stream as a tradition, but thank you for your generosity. SCP-3999, 3043, 008-J, Spooky-J, 5031, 5175, 5320, and 8980 are my favorite SCPs on the site. Now, there are plenty of really, really good ones that should probably be on the list, but those are the big ones. So, 3999, 3043, 008-J, Spooky-J, 5031, 5175, 5320, 8980. Content warning on the last one. It was a rough read. Just a factory, you did not miss the whole stream. Someone donated to ask, and so I said it early. Zero Consistency, thank you for donating again to say, Site Black, or not thank you for donating again, thank you for being here as a contributor to Zero Zero to say. Site Black is a military R&D containment facility designed to hold political prisoners, prisoners of war, and rivals to Site Black's administration both within and without the military. Ooh, that's a little fucked up. All right, Military SCP Foundation, doing some counter intel. Dig it. You saw nothing. Okay. We are going on to the next Series 0. Here we go. Next Series 0 article. After SCP-9073. Now this is something I'm curious about. Some of these are creepypastas from off-site. Obades la Morsa is a video. Let me turn off my ambiance. Obey the Walrus. What in tarnation? What? Why? Why? Why is this? ZeroCon, I am interested as to why these are part of the listing. I am curious. Anyways, so now that we know what that is, and we are all very confused, number 5 on the list is the Russian sleep experiment creepypasta. So again, not an SCP. The only thing I can think of for these being included on the list is that the Series 0 hub is claiming that these are things they think would have been inspired by SCP-173 and would then fall into the category of Series 0. But I don't understand why Obey the Walrus and Russian Sleep Experiment and Slender Man and Fleshgate are on the list. But we'll talk about those other two as we get to them numerically. I mean, I'm not going to have much to say. They're not SCPs. I can answer Sherm's question from the stream. Those aren't canon to Series 0 necessarily, but they're tone setters and examples I chose as things that could be tales. For context, tales were not allowed for the canon at first. Thank you, user Animal Hospital. Animal Hospital being one of the 4 listed as heads of the canon. So thank you, Animal Hospital. I'm glad I checked the Discord server for that intel. So one more time, those aren't canon to Series 0 necessarily, but they're tone setters and examples chosen as things that could be tales. For context, tales were not allowed for the canon at first. Very cool knowledge. I am glad to have learned something today, and I hope you're glad to have known it too. Thank you, Series 0 authors, all of you who have joined us today. I appreciate your insight into this very cool project you've started. ZeroCon also says in the chat, yes, much like 173, these are thematic inspirations. Very cool. Very impressive, good to know. Welcome to Harvard, what's up, yo? Number 6 on the listing is SCP-9083, codename Letters for Scratch. Now this article is quite short. Quite short. Let's take a look at what we're getting into, people. Item number, SCP-9083. Object class contained, which is their safe class. Special containment procedures. All 72 affected individuals are under Class A surveillance to ensure any informational leaks are reported and logged. Misinformation campaigns have been deemed unnecessary due to the nature of the anomalous event. Description: SCP-9083 is a false memory shared by 36 married couples about an event that allegedly occurred on April 9th, 1983. Footnote: SCP-9083-1 through SCP-9083-36, the designations for those couples. All 36 instances are located in the Eastern Standard Time Zone. It has been determined that affected individuals possess no knowledge of one another. The following is a minute-by-minute reconstruction of the events of the false memory. At 1:23 a.m., both members of the related SCP-9083 instance are awakened by a loud metal bang. 1:24 a.m., the male member of the instance checks the locks on the house doors. The female member checks the room identified as the child's bedroom. 1:26 a.m., the male notices a child placing a letter in the mailbox. All instances have referred to the child as theirs. 1:27 a.m., the female finds a letter on the child's desk and screams. No instances could report the nature of this letter. 1:28 a.m., the male chases after the child. No instances could locate the child once they had stepped outside. All instances report going to the mailbox and opening the letter inside. 1:29 a.m., all instances reported feeling a sense of deja vu. The male reports the letter being addressed to a figure with a scratched-out name. No other details were shared about the contents of the letter. SCP-9083, as recounted by each individual, shares the exact same details with the exception of the appearance, name, and purported personality of the missing child being different among instances. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Thank you to the people for critting it is in there, but it does not have much of an explanation. They're really sticking with the vagary and the mood on this one. I don't really have a whole lot to say about this one. It's quite simple, quite vague, interested. It's interesting that the names are scratched out and then it's called Letters for Scratch. Now, for me, I jumped straight to Old Scratch, thinking it was some sort of Satan allegory. Turned out to not be the case, or did it, and we just don't know yet. Did they sell their child to the devil? Did they sell their marriage to the devil for a retcon? All interesting thoughts to think of. Double checking something. Okay, none of that is referring to me. Let's hop back. As Animal Hospital implied, though we started not doing Tales, we do have a couple in the works now, so Series 0 will be getting Tales soon. Interesting. Monster Check, thank you for donating twice again to say. Good news, it's away from your office. Love that. Bad news, it's outside the facility. I need backup. Freaking hell. Put that thing back where we found it, or so help me. Good news, it's back in containment. Thank you. Just took half the damn facility. Well, yeah, no one would want to touch that abomination. I understand completely. But we have to do our job. Intern Radio Shack, thank you for sending 2 silver stars to the Containment Hazard Assessment team. I am sure they will feel the urge to fight for the gold star in future award ceremonies. Thank you for inspiring them. Terragal, thank you for, I think, donating again today? Yes, donating again. Thank you for donating again to say. Dr. Sherman, I got SCP-72... 9... Dash J. Dash J. That's good news. Don't worry, I just went outside in my dragon form for a stretch, and now that adorable little bean is in. Oh, where did it... Son, get that thing in its freaking cell. Damn it. Desk would like to remind the chat that if you enjoy the SCP documents we're going over in Series 0, do not forget to vote. Whether you like them so you upvote or you don't like them so you don't vote or downvote. We are not wanting to manipulate votes here. We are just trying to make sure you're participating in the community to your fullest capacity. Monster Check, thank you for donating again to say, how the hell did we just recontained it? Yes, I also agree with your sentiment. Quite much. Intern Snell, thank you for sending a 100 to the Containment Hazard Assessment team. Hopefully they will keep it 100 at your urging. All right. Popping back over to the hub. Popping back over to the hub. Series 0, next article, SCP-9965, codename Tapeworm. I'm a little bit worried about this one. Item number SCP-9965, object class contained, so it is contained, it is safe. Let's see what we got. Special containment procedures. SCP-9965 is currently contained alongside other Class F anomalous organisms in the Bioweaponry Division for extended research and development. As such, feed is to be regularly allotted, subject to logistical considerations. Okay, we're feeding the tapeworm. What does it do? What is it? Description. SCP-9965 is a designation for a large, indeterminate species of terrestrial annelid. The morphology of SCP-9965 is largely identical to that of non-anomalous terrestrial annelids. Divergent aspects include an idiosyncratic radula specialized for its carnivorous diet. SCP-9965's mucus contains a strong paralyzing agent used to incapacitate prey. An additional anatomically correct human mouth is located between its eye stalks, possessing a full set of teeth, a functional tongue, uvula, and tonsils. The esophagus of this mouth leads directly into the cavity containing SCP-9965's brain, which is sometimes visible during speech and resembles a human child's. SCP-9965 prefers to feed on human adults. There's a slight statistical lean towards Caucasian males. SCP-9965 feeds extremely slowly, typically inflicting a great deal of pain on its prey in the process. SCP-9965 is capable of emitting dull, labored speech. See log audio transcript. Great. We're going to talk to the human-mouthed tapeworm. I'm sure this is going to be fantastic. Ugh. Begin log. Resource 84 groans. SCP-9965 says, so the funeral was a second behind me, and I was in Paris at the time. I say to Jess, what's going on with the Villeville Dayton Memorial basketball team? And he says, well, I don't know. Spare me a light. For those of you looking for that abomination, it seems close to my office. Please find it and catch it. Resource 84 groans again. SCP-9965 speaks again. This was before I purchased a stake in the seaweed coal enterprise in the San Francisco Lena Commons. I was modestly poor back then, I hadn't yet understood the true value of fiscal conservatism. Instead, I was more oriented toward raspberries. This was a fatal flaw in the eyes of my father, who preferred the idea of uncles. Back in the motherland, we only had washing machines for hands. Hands! Can you even imagine what that must do to gasoline prices? Resource 84 groans again. Eventually, I became a hill full of grass, and I wandered dutifully when I realized that I was grassy. The hedges bore me another 7/17 sacks of apples, and I said, "Look, the shadow opens its mouth," and I was caught off guard. But then again, Lorna was a great woman, and she always knew how to handle a refrigerator. You know what I mean? Resource 84 finally talks. Why are you talking? Hey, why is it talking? Oh, don't be so brusque. You know I learned a lot about a woman by what's in her eyes. Eventually the eye opened and looked at my grassy knoll. That's when I realized that the power of friendship was always inside of me, and that Jesus was king, but now Lorna's apple pie is king. I never believed in democracy, but I did believe in Lorna's apple pie. Resource 84 briefly chokes on accumulated saliva. Did you know that there were at least 14 shopping carts at the bottom of the San Friscolina Gorge? Daniel Brune sunk 15K into the gorge trying to spin off a laundromat. Idiot, if you ask me. San Franciscolina is suffering from a catastrophic apple sack hemorrhage. I put down $50 and a walnut bureau on the San Franciscolina Steelers. And what do I get? Grab your popcorn and hit the hay, and don't forget to jump into the gorge. Blammo! Resource 84 gurgles. Abstaining from the Ruth board mound is exhausting. I never knew that these sort of things could be romanticized from the perspective of a boiled leaf. That's how you know it's environmentally sustainable. Judy gets easily excited, honey. 17 years ago, I discovered the Herolina sleeve. That takes me back to pastrami and beer with the boys. Summer days at San Friscolina Municipal Cheese School. That's where I met the sommelier. It's a shame what happened to him in 1987. Poor thing couldn't even speak. Please, help! Resource 84 stumbles. Now that I think about it, that was back when Harbord Movis was president of Clipsing Anvil Dry Cleaners Association of Dock Workers, which was a bad time for politics. When the landlord came later that day, he said to me, "What's going on in Bangladesh?" And I said, "Eureka!" That was when the red shirts really began to pick up electoral momentum. After that, I begged my mom to let me eat cabbage. But unfortunately, the cabbage blight meant that there was no cabbage, and... Are you still listening? Resource 84 gurgles. Oh, okay. I was worried you didn't like me anymore. Resource 84 is silent. As I was saying, I had to settle for collard greens instead. Mama said that was the true toll of fiscal responsibility. It wasn't until I got my first job at the electricity factory in San Francisco, Lena, that I understood the true cost of cabbage. I ate my first cabbage after getting a lick down from the 413th sack of apples. That was the day I knew I was a real native. Resource 84 vomits. Oh, and I've got a real kicker. One time I met a man who fell under a bench, and I asked him what he was doing. He told me he fell under a bench, so I asked him to eat a pear. He ate the pear, and I asked him, "Did you like the pear?" He said he liked the pear, so I asked him if he liked apples. He said he was curious to try apples, but was unsure about making such a drastic financial commitment during the current period of judicial and financial instability caused by the Great Condensed Milk Storm of 1986. Ain't that something? Resource 84 seizes and enters cardiac arrest. Dr. Noel attempts to resuscitate. I asked him what his thoughts were on the storm, and we both agreed that the severe socio-economic implications of the storm were exacerbated by the Clipsing Anvil Dry Cleaners Association of Dock Workers' inability to appoint a gamekeeper in time for the draw. It was delightful to encounter another like-minded citizen. I also asked him why he was under a bench and not a table, but he dodged the question. I noticed he had a San Francisco-Linese accent, so I get why some people don't like me. Ka-ching. I would like it known, if you are an SCP author of any type with editing ability on the SCP database, in the second to last paragraph of SCP-9965's speech, dead center, you'll see the sentence, "So I asked him if he liked apples." And the "if" in that sentence is capitalized incorrectly. If someone would like to fix a typo there, I would appreciate it. Furthermore, what the hell did I just read? That is a combination of, as someone said in the chat, and I forget who, Abe Simpson, mixed in with Ronald Reagan cut up while talking, SCP-1981, mixed in with SCP-2337, Dr. Spanko. That is just a comical array of what the hell are you talking about? And just about as well sensed as any conservative political argument now that I think about it. And hey, it is a tapework talking. It is a parasite preaching the goodness of conservative politics. I'm just going to leave that. That thing needs to be contained sooner than later. DJ, you are correct, with a hint of Lord Blackwood. Also, what the hell is that being utilized to do? How is that one being weaponized? Was the tapeworm speaking the thoughts of Resource 84? What the hell is happening in that tapeworm article? I'm going to the discussion real quick. Introducing Series 0 Bioweaponry Division. I highly encourage everyone to build off these and the other amazing concepts introduced by J. Doon, CWW, and of course, Animal Hospital. Okay, so frickin'... SCP author Radian is also suggesting that it's probably extracting memories from people. So maybe Resource 84 is whose memories were being eaten there. Suffice it to say, wow, that was wacky. Wow, that was wacky. All right, 1 second. It's not quite canon yet, as Tapeworm is the only article that makes use of them, but resources are the closest thing we have to D-Class. Nice. Very cool, ZeroCon. Thank you for the intel. That sure tells me one answer to that. Intern Pixel the Gamer, welcome to Site 42 staff. Thank you for subscribing. I'm definitely upvoting that because that was so weird. I do think it could be trimmed a little bit. There's a lot of paragraphs there. Some wondered why I voiced it that way, emitting dull, labored speech. So while it could be construed as old, it was also hard to talk. For the character I went for there. Probably could have been a little more dull, but just the way it was talking, I felt like the character had, well, character that needed to come through. All right, I'm going to, there's a bunch of donations. Let me clear those up real quick. 2 SCP-72. I would thank you for sending an ice cream sundae to the Containment Hazard Assessment team, but I'm sure it's poisoned or some abominable shit. So don't eat that, chat. Don't trust it. Monster Check, thank you for donating again to say, it's in the cafeteria. Hopefully it'll stay contained this time. I'd really like that. 369 Destroyer, thank you for donating again to say, need funding to make a second RLE for that thing, please. I will fuck this budget so hard up if it will budget needs Liminator contain that thing. Whatever you need, open checkbook. Terragal, thank you for donating again to say, not to worry, I found it was just a stuffed bunny that I dropped, found it again, false alarm, it was just a stuffed bunny that looked like SCP-7. 9 SK. I hear it, it's close. Ethan Stewart, thank you for your first donation to today's stream, as well as being a member. Grab yourself a fried egg on your way past the commissary. And you said hi, and I say hello to you too. Monster Check, thank you for donating again to say, so it's back in containment, who wants to pizza? If it's back in containment, please. I just heard it. I am certain it's not in containment. Legion01, thank you for sending a high cortisol level to the Containment Hazard Assessment team. So that's what that meter was. Well, yes, with this many abominations running around my site, yes, my cortisol levels are in fact spiked. Ethan Stewart, thank you for donating again to say, how has your day been, Dr. Sherman? Well, I've had better. With those things running around site, I'm not in a exactly good mood, but the Series 0 articles are a nice distraction from the chaos. 369 Destroyer, thank you for donating again to say, the clones of that thing are still in the lac room. We'll keep them there. Monster Check, thank you for donating twice again to say, good news, it is in containment. Bad news, Jerry is dead. He was 2 weeks away from retirement. There's only supposed to be one of those things, right? Right? I've been hearing some cloning problems. So maybe, maybe not, pardon me. And we'll mourn for Jerry later. One thing at a time. Ethan Stewart, thank you for donating again to say, also I have a shotgun and I'm currently coming to destroy some anomalies. If it's clones of that thing, then yes, full allowance. Please. Zero Con is saying that memories were not the thing being eaten. Live update, the first Series 0 tale has officially been posted while we're on stream. Interesting. And okay, the tapeworm was not eating memories in that. I thought it was extracting memories to give them to the Foundation. But, I mean, I thought it was also eating the person in order to get at those memories. But I'm not quite sure yet. Maybe we'll check out that tale once we get to the end. By the way, time check. We are currently at the 2-hour mark of this stream. But I did say we were going to try and get through all the Series Zeros. So stream is going to continue. I'm just getting through the current set of donations before I do go on to the next Series 0. I am really tired of these motherfucking 729-Gs in my motherfucking sight. Fine. Catherine Snell, thank you for donating a flower to the Containment Hazard Assessment team. I am sure they found it very pretty. Muini, thank you for your first donation to today's stream, as well as being a member. Grab yourself a tuna tartare on your way past the commissary. Are some people SCP magnets, as in they seem to encounter a lot of SCPs? I'm unfamiliar with an anomaly like that, but I wouldn't be shocked. Zero Con points out, according to the original author of Tapeworm, the Foundation harvests the paralyzing agent from Tapeworm. So it eats the person. The tapeworm just yaps random things, and then it also spews out a liquid. So we're harvesting it like we harvest 3,000 for amnestic. Interesting. Artemis Knight, thank you for your first donation to today's stream. Grab yourself a Chicka Cherry Cola on your way past the commissary. Real talk, I just got off a stream that was calling 911 as a joke. Let me tell you, I'd much rather watch you than that BS. Well, that is horrible. People are terrible losers, and I hope they get in trouble for prank calling emergency services. That's not great. That is a crime. In fact, if you have their YouTube handle, I would highly recommend reporting them both to YouTube and authorities local to them if you can discover what their local authorities are. Okay. We are going on to the next Series 0. Oh, Terrigal, thank you for saying I missed your dono. There's a lot of chaos going on right now, but I'm glad you said something. Oh, by the way, I put the sentient cheese into containment because it refused to be cooperative and talk to me. It spoke to me, but it just insulted me. Well, some sassy cheese can wait. We have priorities to go through right now. Wiser, I just went over to the Discord because I saw that I was pinged. By the way, thank you guys in that Discord server for feeding me intel throughout this stream. As I said, I greatly appreciate Series 0 as a project, and I'm happy you guys are appreciating the shining light on it, as well as giving me more intel to share it out. Also, Wiser, you're very funny, subjecting him to an infinite link stream by continually adding more articles as he reads. I did say I was going to try and get through all of them. So, yes, I will look at that tale that was added, and then we will also see what we can keep going along with. Very funny. Ha ha ha. What a way to prank the streamer. Monster Check, thank you for donating again to say, any SCPs we can use to fix this issue, whatever ones you want at this point, whatever you need to stop the issue, use it. 369 Destroyer, thank you for donating again to say, working on the RLE, now thanks to the $1 million from Dr. Sherman. Hey, in this case, we need it. We need it. It's worth it. You're worth it. Keep it going. God, what a day. Okay, Series 0, returning. Did I upvote the tapeworm? Yes, I did. The tapeworm has been upvoted. The updoots have been granted. Moving on. The next article in Series 0, number 8 on the list, is SCP-9580, codename, I Was a Teenage Astronaut. Oh no. Oh no. This isn't about the teenage astronaut one yet. You see, why I just said oh no, is because at the advice of the Series 0 Discord server, I refreshed the page so that the new tale would be listed. So I could see the new tale when we got to it. Now the new tale is apparently a tale relating to SCP-9224, codename The Butt Monster. So now, just so you know, right when we get to the end of the Series 0 run, we're going to do not only an article called The Butt Monster, but a tale about the Butt Monster. We're getting twice as much Butt Monster as expected today. Great! Ta-na-na-na-na-na. All right, we'll get to the butt monster in the middle. All right, so SCP-9580 is our next Series 0 article. It is called, codename, I Was a Teenage Astronaut. Item number SCP-9580, Object Class Xeno. As a reminder, Object Class Xeno refers to anomalies that don't move, and therefore, that's the containment for it won't try to escape. So, Xeno does not move, doesn't do anything by itself. Now, coming back into it. Special containment procedures. Now, we do have a photo for this one. SCP-9580 is pictured. It does look like a landfill of some sort. It is a scrap pile. We'll get to that, though. So, SCP Special Containment Procedures. SCP-9580 cannot be relocated safely and thus remains in place. While it was already fenced in at the time of recovery, the fence has been heightened by 6 feet and topped with barbed wire to minimize the likelihood of intrusion and material loss. Persons exposed to SCP-9580 are unable to demonstrate paranormal phenomena and thus do not require additional resources. Description. SCP-9580 is the primary scrap pile at the Lehrer Brothers Recycling, a scrapyard in Welcome, Minnesota, established in 1992. After the scrap pile's anomaly was discovered in 1993, the facility was purchased from its previous owners and SCP-9580 was contained on site. Skin contact with any part of 9580 caused the victim to develop a false memory of visiting the site once in their childhood. Over time, the victim will develop more memories of time spent in 9580 between the ages of 4 and 19. These memories will typically be of time spent alone in 9580, wandering aimlessly through the scrap heap. This is accompanied by the loss of other childhood memories. The victim will eventually also spontaneously develop scar tissue in various locations, and in some cases, fingers or toes will disappear. Victims attribute the former to scrapes and infections received from 9580's scrap, while the latter is attributed to frostbite. These effects progress until the victim's only childhood memories are false memories created by 9580. Case study, C. Win. So this is one of the characters of Series 0. C. Win was exposed to 9580 in 1993 after establishment of basic surveillance, but before the implementation of adequate containment procedures. Win presented a rare opportunity to study SCP-9580's progression from start to finish, and was thus retained as a test subject. Footnote, note that this predates the systemization of test subject acquisition. Ad hoc recruitment of civilians is currently discouraged. The following interview excerpts have been chosen to illustrate the progression of Win's symptoms. 2 hours, 15 minutes. I went there once when I was in 3rd grade. I think my dad had something to drop off. I don't remember what, but I got away from him while he was walking to the guy at the counter and started climbing in the scrap heap. Oh, I forgot, transgender. But I don't know which way. So I guess I'll just stick with the voice I went with. I'll change it if I get clarification from a Series 0 author who knows the score here. Well, I'll actually just look at the character log real quick. Maybe that'll give me a more accurate look. Glossary. Characters. Win. Oldest test subject of the Foundation. Caustic and sardonic. Transgender. Lonely Minnesotan. Alright, I'm going to insult so many Minnesotans right now trying to do this accent. Oh, God. Yeah, this would be funny. This will be so funny. This will be so great. Everyone's going to be happy with this.
Don't serve too many salads that look like salad.
But what if they want a casserole? Intern Jarhi, welcome to Site 42 staff. Thank you for subscribing, by the way. I went there once when I was in 3rd grade, don't you know? I think my dad had something to drop off. I don't remember what, but I got away from him when I was talking to a guy at the counter and started climbing in the scrap heap. I was only there for a minute before my dad ran over and got me. He was so worried. Lehrer Brothers only opened up last year. No, it was definitely there. I remember the dinky little office building, and you could see the Super America down the road. The one of my friends and I would always get slushies at. Zero Khan says, knowing Win is trans make this article even sadder, to be honest. Oh boy. 17 days, 5 hours after exposure. I pretty much spent my evenings and weekends at the scrapyard, starting from, must have been 1st grade, because that's when we moved here, up through like 7th grade. I just go and mess around the big pile they had, walking around in it, climbing in it, looking at the weird old pieces of metal. Kinda samey, but it was relaxing. My folks probably thought I was off doing drugs. Did you ever see any other kids there? Nah, it was just me, which was perfect for me, because I was already with those kids 7 hours a day, 5 days a week. I probably would have lost my mind if I had to spend another minute with them. 2 months and 1 day after exposure. I was skipping school like 3 days a week to hang out at the scrapyard. I wasn't like doing anything, just walking around in it. The scraps themselves stopped being interesting by the time I turned 8. It was so fucking boring. I don't know why I didn't get a hobby or something. Your parents let you do this? My parents didn't give a shit about me. And what makes you say that? I missed so much school I didn't graduate. Or I shouldn't have graduated. And they never said anything about it to me. Presumably the school district would have called them up about me missing classes and being covered in scrapes when I did show up. And they just never said anything about it or acted like it, or about any of it, and acted like everything was fine. Did you ever tell your parents about the scrapyard? No. And before you ask, I don't know why either, okay? I was too stupid to do anything except hang out in the scrapyard all day, and I guess part of that is being too stupid to even tell my parents I didn't want to do it. 4 months, 15 days after exposure. So, what was it like hanging out at the scrapyard? I don't know. Quiet? We're going to need more than that. Quiet, as in nobody else was there and nothing happened. If it ever bothered me, I would scream a bunch and make some noise with the metal. You ever think about leaving and going somewhere else? Of course I thought about it, but I couldn't just leave, okay? This isn't an interrogation. I just want to understand your thought process. Yeah, okay. Yes, I wanted to be a normal kid, make friends, go to parties, get laid. But all that stuff happens on Earth, and I'm on Mars without a spaceship, is how I thought about it. It's definitely rusty enough to be Mars. Why didn't you have a spaceship? There was something wrong with me, and I had to be away from everyone else, I guess. 8 months, 21 days. Yeah, we're not doing this. I told you, I was born, I did fuck all for 18 years, then I moved on with my life. Your contract states, my job is to help you study anomalies, not recite the exact same sob story about my fucked up childhood every week. If it's the same sob story every time, what's the issue with just stating it for the record? Because I can't keep fucking thinking about this. I didn't get to be a girl, and that's gonna be true for the rest of my life, but I'm an adult woman now. I got another 50 years ahead of me, and I'm not gonna be able to enjoy them if I keep fixating on what I didn't get. Fine. I'll tell the project lead that you're out of information to give us. Thanks. I'll let you know if I change my mind, but don't hold your breath. My greatest apologies to Minnesota.
You should apologize to Scotland too, according to the chat.
Yeah, Scotland can have an apology as well. I think everybody who can perform an accent deserves an apology for my lack of an ability to do accents.
You're a wonderful voice actor, not an accent actor.
Okay.
Yeah, you ended up in New York and Jersey. For sure.
All right. Popping back over to the chat. It's a fine article. There's not a lot of I don't think there's much to it as much that like gives me an emotional feeling, but it's, cishet white guy. It doesn't hit me the same way. Well, my author is a cishet white guy, and he's talking through me right now. And when he stops talking through me, I'm going to be really annoyed and in pain. So right now, I'm just doing my character the favor of continuing to talk for just a little while longer to stave it off until I stop. And then he has to deal with the fact that I'm using him as a microphone. Ow! Thank you for butting in. Get that thing away from my office. Overall, it's a good article, and I'm sure it affects people differently than me. It is a competent piece of work. Good work, SCP-9580. I am now returning to the chat where I will catch up on the donations before the next database entry in Series 0. Terragal, thank you for donating again to say, I just found that thing at the cloning device. Destroy the cloning device. Okay? We can build a new cloning device. Don't let that thing get cloned. That's what you really need to do. Robert, the SCP researcher, thank you for sending a $100 to the Containment Hazard Assessment team. I'm sure they'll keep it $100 at your urging. Ethan Stewart, thank you for donating again to say, I killed like 10 of these things and they just keep coming. More of them. Destroy more of them. More of them. Yes, Puppy of Interest 42, codename Charlie. I, too, am very upset by the presence of those things. Stay here where it's safe. Oh. Monster Sec, thank you for donating again twice to say. Okay, we finally got the issue under control. Please. One of the guys used SCP-5000 and we contained the first one that escaped earlier. Well, not being perceived. I mean, it doesn't stop you from finding that thing abominable. So I wonder how that helped, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the robot suit. Also, bad news. Alice, who is Jerry's wife, has also died. Oh, man. Well, at least you won't have to mourn him, I guess, but that's still pretty sad. That's not exactly comforting. All right, where are we here? Junior Researcher Sally, welcome back to your 9 months of Level 1 Researchership here at Site-42. We appreciate your newly reminted membership. As you say, one and one thing only, 7-2. You son of a bitch. You monster, how dare you? On this, the day of the apocalyptic war in Site-42, just to mock me. And of course, that fucking thing sends sparkles to the Containment Hazard Assessment team. Don't trust the sparkles. Do not let that thing make you bonita. It's a trap. Caleb, thank you for your... Oh, no. Yes. Caleb, thank you for donating twice for the first time today. Grab yourself a quiche on your way past the commissary. Why is 999 and 049 cell? Who put 999 there? Listen, with all of that thing running around, we needed to hide 9s somewhere. And 9s decided it felt safe with 049. Wasn't my choice. Robert, the SCP researcher, thank you for sending a silver star to the Containment Hazard Assessment team. I feel like they are getting almost gold star level if they can just contain this containment breach. Monster Check, thank you for donating twice again to say. Problem solved, we good. Also, this is last dono. Oh, I sure hope it's solved, but I don't trust any good news right now. Last dono for real. This issue we should be done with. I severely hope so, but my faith is very frail at this point. Intern Coda, thank you for your first donation to today's stream. Grab yourself a chocolate chip muffin on your way past the commissary. I made Shermiku, but it looks bad. I made an SCP too, but I don't have a Discord, lore, number, or much else for the drawing. Sorry, just wanted to say. Hey, keep working on your art, and as you improve your skills, you will make your way to having Discord and or social media and or making your SCP and building out its lore so it can be official. But every artist has got to start somewhere, so make. That's how you get better. Practice. Monster Check, thank you for donating again to say, Jerry and Alice have kids, what do we do? Oh. Well, how old are they? Are they cadets? Can we house them with someone else? I mean, obviously, parents die all the time at the Foundation, so obviously we can take the kids into the cadets and assign them a foster parent. This is not abnormal here at the Foundation by any means. Intern Bassett, yes, I am the SCP guy. Clearly, yes. Welcome to Site-42. 369 Destroyer, thank you for donating again to say, Jerry and Alice will have a beautiful funeral. I'm sure they will. Monster Check, thank you for donating twice again to say, I checked the whole facility, the nightmare is over. Fingers crossed. Preschool age, last dono for real. Well, thank you for your generosity over the course of the stream. Much appreciated your helping out the Site-42 cause to bring bigger and better SCP projects to light, and that includes supporting the SCP Wiki's authors and artists like we're doing, highlighting their work today, as well as other cool things like animations, game devs, filmmakers, merch makers, etc. And on that note, I need to jump ahead because Intern Smith, thank you for your incredibly generous first donation of today's stream. Thank you so much. What I want you to do is I want you to go to the commissary, and I want you to ask the commissary workers for the Dr. Sherman special. And when they say, but you're not Dr. Sherman, you say, Dr. Sherman said I could. And they'll say, what's your proof? And you'll say, it's in the pudding. And they'll go, oh, okay, Dr. Sherman told you to say that. And then they'll give you the Dr. Sherman special. Man, it's good to be the boss when the commissary workers cook up the good stuff. You enjoy that in return for your great generosity to helping the Site-42 cause today. Have you ever heard of the wide ape? It's a regular orangutan, but it's wider than any room it's in. Imagine the widest room you've ever been in, and it's wider than that. It's completely normal otherwise, but its x-axis is forever. What in the... No, I've never heard of that. But I am fascinated. Is that a canon anomaly that we contain? Or is this something from somewhere else? Either way, what an interesting concept. Also, because it's wider than any room it's in, you're also dealing with the House of Leaves problem of a room somehow being bigger on the inside to contain something that's bigger than the room. What a perplexing anomaly you have here. Way to weird even me out. And I'm an SCP Foundation researcher. I've seen a lot of crazy shit. Congratulations. Safe Captain, thank you for sending 2 100s to the Containment Hazard Assessment Team. I'm sure they will keep it doubly 100 at your urging. Caleb, thank you for sending another donation to say, what is your favorite and least favorite SCP? So, my favorite SCPs, again, I usually save this for the end of the stream, but this is the second donation asking, so I'll tell you again. My favorite SCPs are in no particular order. SCP-3999, SCP-3043, SCP-008-J, SCP-Spooky-J, SCP-5031, SCP-5175, SCP-5320, and SCP-8980. Content warning on that last one, it is a bit of a rough read. Least favorite? I don't have one. So, because the SCP Wiki has the voting of the community, it creates a quality floor. And that means that there's nothing actually that bad on the SCP database. And the things that I don't like because they're not the flavor of story I like, that doesn't mean they are bad. And so I don't really have a least favorite. It's just not a way I like to perceive art. So like that last article we went over, SCP-9580, I Was a Teenage Astronaut. It doesn't do anything for me wholly, but I can tell it is a well-made piece. I can tell it has themes that while they don't resonate with me in specific, they probably resonate real good with other people. C-Dubs, again, great SCP author. And so, yeah, that's where I'm going to put it for now. SCP-729-J, fuck you for donating again. Oh my god. Thank you for sending a clock to the Containment Hazard Assessment Team. Don't trust that clock. It probably has the wrong time. It probably hasn't been changed for daylight savings time, and you're going to be late for work, everyone. Okay. Zero consistency. As an author on the Series Zero Discord said, in order to write a good article, you first need to write a bad one. You're damn right, zero consistency. That's true for every SCP author. You gotta write your bad articles. You gotta iterate until you're making good. Now, people, we are at a current scenario where we are still working our way through the Series Zeros. We are currently 2.5 hours into this stream, and we are, let's see how far we are. We have done 7 of 23 articles. Plus a tail, so 24 pages. I don't think we're finishing Series 0 today. I think we're going to be doing more tomorrow. But I'm not done yet, I'm just telling you. Wow, let's keep going. Next up is SCP-9533. Codename, The Whale. So let's see what we got. Item number 9533, object class Xeno. So again, Xeno means it doesn't move, doesn't do anything without input, so it's going to stay there. Special containment procedures. SCP-9533 is to remain undisturbed in its place of origin with all above ground openings sealed off. The land on top of this place has been incorporated into Sampson State Park and cordoned off, and it is to be monitored by small vehicle patrols, one at 0900 hours and one at 1500 hours. Trespassers are to be dealt with based on the threat they pose. The water surrounding SCP-9533 is to be treated heavily with a glutaraldehyde-based solution to discourage the presence of any life forms, and cycled out periodically through the lake drainage system. As needed or ordered, divers are to descend to SCP-9533, into it, I should say, to shear off samples, entering through the large aperture on the belly into the ventral cavity and following the internally attached fluorescent markers. Diving missions should be scheduled at times when lake activity is very low. Samples of SCP-9533's organic yield, hereafter referred to as meat, are to be cured with appropriate waxes, epoxies, and salts by hazardous materials specialists. SCP-9533-Beta is to remain in its water-filled container in Site-19. Oh, is there a baby whale? Oh boy. Oh boy. Description. Discovered in March of 2002, at rest in a large flooded cavern beside the eastern edge of Seneca Lake. Massive groupings of bacteria, worms, crabs, shrimp, bony fish, amphipods, bivalves, and innumerable other aquatic organisms were present feeding on SCP-9533 at discovery, the majority of which were not native to the Finger Lakes. Footnote. It is believed these colonies have sustained themselves for quite some time solely by feeding on SCP-9533. Removed from the cavern's pool to preserve SCP-9533. SCP-9533 is a gargantuan necrotized pseudo-cetacean organism measuring 113.8 feet from rostrum to tail. I like the detail that since we are now part of the U.S. military, we are using U.S. measurements rather than metric. Fun detail. Whoever wrote this, I see where you're at, and that's pretty good. Or maybe you just forgot and I'm looking too deeply into it. That could be the case too. Okay, Site 42 staff. We have an emergency pause. Not a bad emergency, just something I need to take care of real quick. So I will continue this article when I get back. Whoever asked how long I've been doing YouTube, the 10-year anniversary of the channel was in June 5th last year, so we're going on 11 years this June. I will be right back, and we will continue this reading. Sorry, just have to handle something real quick. Dr. Chair, keep them entertained. All right. Issue handled. Site director's work is never done. Dr. Chair, did they behave themselves? No? That sounds about right. Okay. All right, let's finish this article. Alright, reloading the... Hi, Charlie. Yes, you're very excited to hear more about the whale. I'm sure its meat is delicious, but you probably don't want to eat it. Okay. Cetacean, 113.8 feet from rostrum to tail. It has not been confidently dated, but bears resemblance to both living marine mammals and extinct bezosaurids. Its position suggests that it is or was lying on its left side. As yet, it has exhibited no signs of consciousness or life. SCP-9533 bleeds continuously, though it is so saturated with water that this causes negligible contamination. SCP-9533's meat is dispersed around its body, notably concentrated in the thoracic caudal region, 14%, footnote, analogous to the internal space in humans between the diaphragm and the rectum, and the lesser arms, 9.9%. It exhibited no significant atypicalities in composition compared to the flesh of rorquals, footnote, baleen whales in the family Balenopteridae. When any form of sonar signal, footnote, almost always originating from the NUWC Seneca Lake Sonar Test Facility, which is directly across the lake from 9533's location, travels through 9533's resting place, 9533 exhibits an atypical set of behaviors. The actual 9533 object itself, in response to sonar signals, emits a loud vocalization, moan, through unknown means. This moan has been observed ranging from 156 to 181 decibels, and typically downsweeps from 42 plus or minus 9.8 hertz to 18 plus or minus 1.1 hertz over a 4 to 10 second period. Meanwhile, any samples of 9533's meat will undergo rapid changes during the same time frame as the moan. As its nitrogen content increases, its exterior will show pale reticulated patterns, and its internal fluids will rapidly begin to evaporate. Any muscle tissue will stiffen and fray, leaving the sample pitted, dry, and blanched by the end. These changes are permanent and seem to only affect meat that has been purposely removed from the whole of 9533. 9533-beta was discovered during the excavation of 9533's abdomen. It constitutes 8 albino vesiculiform cyst-like ova, each around 25 feet in circumference. One was dissected, revealing an ambiguous larval entity. They do not respond to 9533's moans. However, during the process of initial containment, 9533-beta exhibited brief swelling and darkening in response to water samples from the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Interesting. Going into the author's post, author Esther says of this under the title, The Jezebel Monster. The original draft of the whale had a very different subject matter and tried too hard to be both cosmic horror and scathing toward the US military. I think this version strikes a far better balance between thalassophobia and the bitterness of the Holocene extinction. This is based on the real harm caused to marine mammals by sonar use and the local legend of the Seneca guns. I hope it's a worthwhile contribution to Zero Zero because I had a great time doing research for it. Oh, that's a very interesting, kind of dry, but it's dry because it's more of a scientific-y document article. I think it does a pretty good job of that. I like this creature and its spawn and its weird actions. And yet we keep just letting it run the sonar. Nothing bad can happen, only good can happen. Good job, Foundation. Okay. Toot toot, toot toot. All right, let me check the donations that came in during that reading and we'll bump on to the next Series 0 article. Rebel Commander, thank you for your first donation to today's stream as well as being a member. Grab yourself a croissant on your way past the commissary. SCP-729! is not your least favorite SCP? So confused. Okay. If we're talking about it from a perspective of whether or not I like the anomaly, then you are right. That is the worst fucking thing in the Foundation custody. You win. Good point. Caleb, thank you for donating again to say, sending more love from Australia. Well, much obliged. According to Zero Consistency, there are multiple articles being posting as you read. I gave them the equivalent of a terms of service that we like to give the articles some time to breathe to make sure they stay up. That is true. When it comes to SCP articles on this channel, we only read canon SCP articles. We don't do offsite works. And we usually wait till the community vote keeps an article up. So we usually give it a day or two to make sure that the article survives the community vote. But also seeing that we're running our way through this list and we're so far behind, and we're doing this over multiple days, some of the newer articles will have time to get voted on by the time we get to them. Caleb, thank you for donating again to say, who exactly is SCP-7? No. Listen, that thing has a document on the SCP database. You can read all about that fucking abomination on your own time if you can stomach it. Intern Giggle Farts, what Desk is getting onto about is sexualizing the anomalies in the chat. This is because while the SCP community is an adult community and you can expect some sex and violence, as a rated R movie would be, we are still in a YouTube chat. And so when you never know who's going to come along, we have to behave ourselves to terms of service. Please do not get us in trouble with YouTube terms of service. That is what you are being modded for. Please take that into account moving forward. Okay, running to the next anomaly in the listing of Series 0. Now, number 9 on the Series 0 list is, quote, Slender Man. So this is one of those, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Inspirations, rather than an actual canon Series 0 creepypasta story. But reminder, if you want to see the SCP Foundation's iteration on Slenderman, you can always look up SCP-582, which is called Bundle of Stories. The entity known as Bundle is an SCP-ized SACE. SACE? An SCP-ified take on Slenderman. So, SCP-582, for you Slenderman fans, you can look into that as a SCP like Slenderman. But that is not a Series 0 in and of itself, so I'm moving on. Now, we got Open Mouth SCP-9508, the barbecue anomaly already. So we can skip over that and move on to SCP-9116, codename Cold Toes. Hold on a second, I'm interested in this. Before I get into Cold Toes here. 3 yellow arrows. There's also that one explained SCP that's literally Slenderman. 3 yellow arrows, I don't know what you're talking about, but I am curious. If you want to fill me in on which of those explained SCPs you're talking about, I would be interested in looking into it. But for now, while we're waiting for intel on that, I'm going back to SCP-9116, codename Cold Toes. Object class Juvenalis, which, as a refresher from the glossary of Series 0, it's an asset utilized by the Foundation for profit. So, sometimes we talk about how the Foundation gets its funding. This is literally that. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-9166 is contained under the joint purview of the United States government and the SCP Foundation. Assets held atop SCP-9116 are to be examined bi-weekly to ensure their exterior has not sustained any meaningful damage. At minimum, a payout of $150 million must be provided to either of the aforementioned administrative parties prior to the relocation of assets. We also have a picture of SCP-9116. The peak of SCP-9166 is here. 9116, sorry. Description: SCP-9116 is Annapurna-1, a massif in the Himalayas located between the Marshangdi River and Pokhara Valley. For reasons unknown, all life that reaches a freezing point whilst above an altitude of approximately 7,500 meters on SCP-9116 will remain perfectly preserved via prolonged cryogenic stasis. Subjects affected by SCP-9116 produce cryoprotectants within their cell membranes through unknown means, completely halting cellular function throughout the body. Inexplicably, individuals which are later removed from SCP-9116 and are thawed at room temperature will be resuscitated without failure, regardless of their condition while frozen. Efforts to recreate the effects of SCP-9116 without direct exposure to the anomaly have so far failed, but are ongoing and considered a top priority. In all documented cases, assets affected by SCP-9116, which are later returned to their original state, have testified that they retain some level of cognitive function despite the cessation of biological processes. Oftentimes, subjects report a repetitious dream comprised of various events that had major impact on their psyche prior to stasis. SCP-9116 was discovered on November 30th, 1949, when topographers discovered the ostensibly frozen corpse of Jonathan B. Henson at an altitude of approximately 7,710 meters. Henson, a 33-year-old mountaineer, had been missing since 1922. Upon his immediate cremation, Henson allegedly began banging on the chamber walls whilst letting out intelligible vocalizations. Foundation operatives traced the incident to SCP-9116, with human trials being held shortly thereafter. Circa December 15, 1955, SCP-9116 was made publicly accessible to a select group of individuals, hereafter referred to as assets, who meet any of the following criteria. A, the asset is associated with the United States government. B, the asset is a notable public figure. C, the asset is directly involved with political endeavors. D, the asset is capable of affording prolonged exposure to SCP-9116. And E, no other means of assisting the asset currently exists. In the event an asset wishes to utilize SCP-9116, they must agree to and confirm the following. A, the asset has signed away their bodily rights and understands they may be subject to various psychological traumas whilst affected by SCP-9116. B, the asset will be provided with a new identity and is believed to be deceased by the general public. C, the asset understands that in the event they pass away prior to being affected by SCP-9116, they will not be resuscitated. D, asset understands that in the event they are shattered, amputated, decapitated, or otherwise destroyed, they will pass away shortly after resuscitation. At present, 117 assets are under Foundation prolonged supervision. Of them, 9 are awaiting a cure for cancer, 22 are awaiting a reversal to the aging process, 78 are awaiting the statute of limitations, and 8 have been destroyed and or are otherwise irrecoverable. What do the rich elites, hiding from the statute of limitations, have to hide? I wonder. I don't wonder. I know exactly what they're hiding from, and so do you. As a Nepali, I am kind of happy that an SCP in our country is being covered. Thank you, Dr. Sherman. Well, you're welcome, intern Basnet. And also, funny how the SCP Foundation and the United States government are holding that territory. I wonder what treaty or agreement was set to make that happen, because, yeah, the Himalayas are not in America, so I wonder how we pulled that off. Whew. Okay, I like that as a technical unit that the SCP Foundation is utilizing. Yes, they are, So you must be able to at least pay for $150 million for us to do this service for you, it seems, or at least that's how I'm interpreting the containment procedures. But hey, fun times. That was pretty straightforward and simple. I like it. All right, popping over to check on the chat. Yellow Arrows and Desk both. Thank you for getting me the intel that the, quote, Slenderman article is SCP-1949-EX. Let me take a quick look at this after I say, Intern McCleary, welcome to Site-42 staff. Thank you for subscribing. Notice from Foundation Records Information Security Administration, following has been designated explained, therefore has been archived. Agents were to operate alongside Unusual Incidents Unit, great, and local law enforcement in apprehending 1949-EX. So what, did the Foundation think Slenderman was real? And so we were hunting it for a while, but then it turned out to be fake? Mr. Blank, 1949-EX, has been reclassified to explain. Results of Mr. Blank's mental health examination diagnosed him as schizophrenia. Therefore, the contents of his journal entries are most likely just mad ramblings. The tall man knows a lot. The tall man found some of Blank's name. I can taste it. It tastes sweet. So a person ranting about a Slender Man. Series of homicides, 8 victims. Body was found in a ring of crushed mushrooms. I mean, this seems more... Are we sure this is Slender Man? What I'm seeing is that someone is sacrificing people to the fairies. To the folks who lives in the woods with no names. Also, I can't check what that particular article links to, because the particular article that links to leads to a 001 proposal written by Bruno, and thus has been deleted. So where that goes to, we can no longer historically check. Woof. But suffice it to say, this started off as the Foundation chasing a generic serial killer before being altered. I thought the original idea would be too predictable as an explained article, so I went for something more mysterious. And Crowcat does say this is a Slenderman SCP, so what am I missing here? I mean, I am skimming, so I'm probably missing a lot. I'm looking at the chat to see if anyone else knows about this. That way I can quickly jump to this. All right. Homicides. Each body was found in a ring of crushed mushrooms with salt in local forests. Eyes, a tooth, and a veritable rib, and a patch of skin removed from the body. On nearby objects in a 3-meter radius to the victim. Unidentified grades that face toward the direction of the corpse. The significance of these symbols is unknown. The UIU brought SCP-1949-EX to the Foundation's attention on September 5, 1967. Corpses of Blank and Blank were found in the Morgan Monroe State Forest of Indiana. Nature of death attracted suspicion of the UIU, a possible cult-related activity. Concluded with the arrest of Blank Blank. See addendum. Have the unusual request establishment a proper joint effort in regards to Midwest murders. Standard resources are being poured in the case by the rest of the Bureau, but with your help, we may catch the culprit of these crimes faster. Very have few of our engines monitoring the case. No further resources will be spent by us until confirmation of a novice activity. Whatever hand site elsewhere. It's your job to find those responsible. Following content was found in a notebook retrieved from the residence of blank blank shortly after his arrest. Pages were torn out, but few remained. Have not seen blank Lil Abby. It's been 2 days since she went to the woods. Hope she's not lost in it. Abby's still gone, still lonely, but I had a dream. Was in the woods with little people with faces of deer, rabbits, and dogs, danced behind tall trees. A man with no face talked to me, told me his name. It tasted like sour milk. I can't spell it. He says he knows where sister is, could help find her. She lost her name in the woods. Must find it. They will teach me. Okay. So tall, faceless man, that's the Slender Man connection. And it's connected to the folks in the forest that is nameless. So a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I see what we're going with here. Interesting. I started playing SCP Fragmented Minds in Site 42 as mentioned. Coincidence? Scared Gamer, are you playing the first chapter early access or this new chapter that just dropped, I think, now? Because I have not gotten to it yet. So I don't know. But it could be. All right, Caleb, thank you for donating again to say, do you like small yellow bunnies? A normal small yellow bunny might be a cute little hair-dyed bunny that's very cute. I don't know. They're not naturally yellow, to my knowledge. But if we're talking about some sort of horrible peep, then I don't know. Probably not. Scalyfoot, thank you for your first donation to today's stream. Grab yourself a plate of chicken wings on your way past the commissary. Hi, long-time watcher here. Respectfully, the reading you're so behind is you've been too long reading chat and taking time away from the hard work of the authors. These are very short articles. Well, to be fair, if I completely ignored the chat, then it would not be, what's the phrase I'm looking for, entirely entertaining. We do have to have a little balance between chat and reading. I will admit that today's chat has been rather active. I also, if people donate, I do have to show my generosity by replying to them. But yes, we are going to keep going into these stories because I am not done for today. But yes, actually we've done a lot more reading today than we do on a typical stream. So suffice it to say, I'm actually pretty happy with how much reading we've done, considering we do not typically read that many articles on stream. But yes, I am spending the time to make sure that chat is entertained as well. Desk, it might be not out yet. I think HST said that it was dropping this week, but I don't remember the exact date. Or maybe I was looking at their playtest and they're not actually bringing it public yet. It also might be that. But suffice it to say, I do want to get a couple more of these Series Zeros in before we're done for the day. Now, SCP-8402, codename Mossback, I have read that one at some point. I don't remember if I read this on stream or if I just read this among myself while looking into what Series 0 is. But suffice it to say, we're going over it, and hey, I even said that I wasn't going to be reading so many, I wasn't going to be reading, mostly skimming, but I have gone through the effort to read all of them thus far. So that's also slowing us down today. I expected to skim more of them, but I've just went through the effort of reading them because, as you did say, they are quite short. But let's talk to SCP-8402, codename Mossback, and see what we got going on. Object class Hippocrates, which, if we run over to the Discord again, the glossary for Hippocrates states that object class Hippocrates, we have a duty to care about this anomaly. We have a duty to. Interesting, okay. And there's a staff illustration of SCP-8402, insufficient familiarity with head and lower body. But we do not have a photograph of this, just an artist's interpretation. All right, let's continue on. Let's see what we got here. Special contained procedures. Procedures are temporary until it can be discerned whether SCP-8402 is a citizen of the United States. It is currently quartered at Site-19 in personnel housing, as has not displayed any sign of hostility. There are currently no research leads that suggest a means of reversing SCP-8402's condition. So one of those anomalies that we give a little nice, friendly treatment, like Josie. Interesting. First of those for Series 0. Description: SCP-8402 was discovered living in Washington's Hoh rainforest in 1998 and moved to Site-19 shortly thereafter. While it is known to be a human or near human, many details about it are unknown due to an anomaly that impedes direct and indirect observation of it. The explanation currently favored by researchers is that these observations cannot be recalled, except when the observer is able to establish a connection between the observed feature of SCP-8402 and themselves or somebody they are close to. An exception to SCP-8402's anomaly is the thin coating of hypnomoss growing from its back, shoulders, and upper arms. As is one of the only universally observable traits of SCP-8402, staff typically refer to the entity as, quote, mossback. All additional information about 8402, including that provided below, is considered tentative. 8402's stature is estimated at 6 foot to 6 foot 4. Its weight is about 300 to 350 pounds. Again, we're using imperial measurements. Very interesting that this likely does that, which makes the previous use likely not a mistake. Love to see it. This has been confirmed by several particularly large and muscular personnel. While it has been seen walking, it typically locomotes by crawling on all fours, as attested by personnel with very young children, though it has some difficulty keeping up with personnel who walk briskly. The entity is non-hostile, as evidenced by the lack of perceived hostility, even by habitually violent or aggressive observers. It often follows certain personnel, primarily Dr. Wisp, who is notably fond of the entity, with a link to SCP-9560, which we have not read yet, have we? We have not read SCP-9560 for Dr. Wisp yet. As they go about their duties, and may cling to their arms or legs when it feels affectionate or frightened. 8402 has a strong, distinctly earthy scent. Given the cleanliness of its living quarters and the general lack of dirt on site, this is assumed to be a property of the entity's biology. This may or may not be related to the moss covering on 8402's back, which has its own scent. It is currently unclear whether 8402 is capable of speech or writing. Given the proposed nature of its anomaly, the lack of evidence for verbal communication may indicate actual non-communication, or simply that 8402 speaks a language which none of the personnel on site are familiar. Other aspects that remain unknown are 8402's age, sex, and facial features, suggesting that the entity is meaningfully different from all available personnel with regards to these characteristics. While 8402's emotions can sometimes be read from its facial expressions, even if the features themselves cannot be discerned, or body language, this is not always the case. Personnel have yet to identify any signs of prolonged stress or dissatisfaction from 8402, nor do its living quarters present any cause for concern. 8402 will wear pants and undergarments when they are provided. Its tendency to crawl renders shoes unnecessary, though it will sometimes wear slippers. It consistently refuses to wear a shirt, presumably as a consequence of its distaste for having its back touched in any capacity. This is tolerated, as 8402's moss remaining visible makes it easier for personnel to discern its presence. C-Dubs. Again, C-Dubs is really hitting on this Series 0 train, and with another very nice little anti-memetic-ish anomaly. Hey dog, here is this anomaly. Seems nice. Let it chill. What's up, Mossback? Good on ya. I don't have much to say about that. Mossback is cool. Nice entity. Zero Consistency adds, I believe it's specifically supposed to be a duty of care for this anomaly. So it's just something that it's around and it's anomalous, so I guess we have to take care of it. All right, well, that gives us 8402 Moss back. Checking in with the chat real quick. Shadow Company First Responder, thank you for sending a 100 to the Containment Hazard Assessment Team. I am sure they will keep it 100 at your urging. Next up in our list here is SCP-9560. So, hello, we just had a chat about you, SCP-9560. Now it's your turn, right in a row. How about that go? Item SCP-9560 is codename the Ticklish Structure. Object class contained, so safe. Special containment procedures. 9560 is immobile and does not require amenities as it does not consume food or produce waste. It is held in the laboratory wing of Site-19 without a standard container, under the purview of Dr. Renly Wisp. Renly links to 8402, Wisp links to 9224, which we have not read yet, but is the aforementioned butt monster. Okay, moving on. An electroencephalogram EEG machine is attached to SCP-9560 to ensure 24/7 brain activity monitoring. Description: 9560 is a biomechanical entity outwardly resembling a simulacrum of a bovine's udders. 9560 is made a biomechanical entity resembling a simulacrum of a bovine's udders. 9560 is made up of a rectangular base constructed from perforated steel tubes surrounding a gray iron cast of a stylized depiction of 4 bovine mammary glands. Everything okay out there?
Oh, yes. Everything's fine.
Okay. Where was I? 4 bovine mammary glands are what the tubes look like. 4 small holes are present on each udder. The cast is double bolted to the base at each corner and has an opening to its interior on top side. The entire structure is 1 meter tall, 1 meter long, and 1 meter wide. Within the cast is the fermented brain of a female dairy cow. It is suspended above the bottom of SCP-9560 by 6 poles, which extend out of the inner walls of the cast, impaling through the brain before connecting to the opposite side of the inner walls upon exit. Despite this, 9560 continues to demonstrate detectable brain activity. It does not appear to be distressed by its current form. During daylight hours, the brain inside 9560 visibly undulates and bulges, though how this is achieved is unknown. Similarly, despite being made from gray iron, the cast around it also undulates and bulges. Beginning at sundown, 9560's brain activity indicates it is sleeping. Undulation grows less intense during this time, though it never ceases. Continued brain scans indicate that 9560 primarily experiences lethargy, and it does not dream. Appendix. During an impromptu experiment, Dr. Wisp interacted with SCP-9560 in a manner that initiated an unforeseen response. This event is recorded below. Dr. Wisp is putting on vinyl gloves. She periodically looks up from her hands and towards her recording device. I'm curious about the SCP's response to tactile stimulation. In the past, I've authorized experimental procedures that involve various forms of psychotherapy, but none of these techniques are useful when dealing with a non-sapient life form. As such, I'm currently testing its response to extended, purposeful physical touch. Dr. Wisp steps back, revealing SCP-9560 and the EEG machine beside it, behind her. 9560's cast is visibly throbbing. While the brain inside is not fully visible from the angle of the recording device, it can be seen expanding and shrinking in slow bursts. Dr. Wisp turns around and bends over, smiling down into the hole at the top of its cast. Hi, sweetheart. Are you holding up okay? SCP-9560 does not visibly react. Dr. Wisp nods. Just hold still for me now, okay? Good, good. Dr. Wisp inserts her hands into the hole and lightly scrapes the back of the tips of her fingers against SCP-9560's brain. It shudders, bulging rapidly. The EEG begins beeping. Dr. Wisp looks toward the machine's data output screen. Oh, you're ticklish, huh? She shifts her hands, placing her palms against the brain. She scratches at it through her gloves. It undulates more intensely. Yes, you are. There we go, sugar. Now how does that feel? Dr. Wisp removes her hands from the inside of the cast and then places her hands on the outside of the cast, moving up from the base and down towards the udders. The cast throbs and heaves, expanding wider and more rapidly than ever recorded. Aha! Wow, look at you go. Dr. Whisk continues to scratch SCP-9560, wiggling her fingers up and down its sides. It throbs and deforms more intensely. The beeping of the EEG machine increases in speed and volume in sync. As time goes on, it becomes a single continuous tone before gradually slowing down. At the same time, the cast almost fully retracts inside of itself before heaving and elongating as if extra weight were placed inside it. Dr. Wisp looks toward the screen. Oh, poor baby. I got carried away, huh? She smiles and removes her hands from SCP-9560. The cast slacks, then resumes its original position. It throbs slowly and rhythmically. Dr. Wisp straightens herself and then turns towards the recording device. After removing her gloves, she reaches towards the device. End log. The data taken from the EEG during this time indicates SCP-9560 was experiencing a heightened sense of excitement, possibly analogous to happiness, before quickly becoming exhausted. While Dr. Wisp finds it unnecessary to amend the special containment procedures in light of this development, she strongly recommends personnel interact with SCP-9560 in this manner to improve its morale, as other methods have failed to do so. Woo! Okay. Robo, cow, brain, ticklish. Well, there you go. Very simple. There you go. It's just a good description of an event of research. Good work, Researcher Wisp. Good work. A little ticklish robot. Wonderful. All right. The next thing on our list of things here is called Fleshgate. Now, this is from the Creepypasta Wiki. It's not canon to the Wiki of SCP. And also, I've actually never heard of Fleshgate. That is a creepypasta I am unfamiliar with. But if you are familiar with it, then it's here. All right, we've got a couple more to go through. I think I'm going to take the time to finish this job today. I think we can do this as a one-dayer, as long as these last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pages are not too long. 2 more have been added. You're all bastards. The lot of ya. Monsters. SCP authors are the worst. I kid. Very funny. Okay, well, moving on. Let's see how far we do get. I'm gonna try. 8546, codename Weird Dog. This one comes with a photo. SCP-8546, Weird Dog. Doesn't look that weird. But what is the puppo's content warning? Weird Dog, content warning, animal abuse. Okay, be ready. This isn't going to be great. The SCP Foundation's doing heckin' animal abuse. Good luck. Here we go. Object class Diogenes, which again means something in between Euclid and Keter. So a bridge set. Item Special Containment Procedures, so Conprox time. Item SCP-8546 is to be kept in an electrified metal cage. 20 pounds of blended low-grade meat are to be delivered through the bars of the cage into object's feeding trough on a bi-weekly basis. After feeding, electrification may be deactivated for up to 2 minutes at a time in order to clean meat residue, vomit, and accumulated secretions from cage using pressurized water. Personnel to remain at least 1 meter away from the cage at all times. Cage not to be opened without direct permission from acting HMCL supervisor. Hearing protection recommended. I'm getting very bad Joe Exotic vibes. Description. In 2006, a hiker discovered the corpse of an elderly woman partially buried under fallen rocks on a remote hiking trail near Canmore, Alberta. Upon approaching, he was attacked by what he described as a feral dog and fled. Attacker did not pursue. Bite mark on victim's leg did not match dentation of any known animal. Item found in vicinity of corpse shortly after incident, recovered and moved to Site 19. At time of containment, SCP-8546 visually resembled a small domestic dog. Physical strength and speed much higher than would be expected for such. Biting force estimated at 700 kilograms. Movements described as unnaturally smooth. There was a large rip in the skin of its right upper hind leg, exposing bare muscle. This injury did not bleed and showed no signs of healing. The object did not limp. SCP-8546's teeth were made of carved bone, coated with unknown resin. One eye was made of tinted glass, although it still appeared capable of sight. The other was shattered shortly after recovery. Fragments of glass remained embedded in the empty socket, which also did not bleed. The object was originally discovered wearing an embroidered leather collar. This was discarded. SCP-8546 feeds strictly on animal meat. Appears to lack true digestive tract, does not defecate, and instead vomits a slurry of waste materials 1 to 3 hours after eating. Does not respire. DNA tests indicate tissue is a mix of Canis familiaris, i.e. domestic dog, Homo sapien, i.e. man, and an unknown species of arthropod. No nerve tissue has been discovered. Object is not considered sentient. Mechanism of animation as of yet unknown. The following changes to SCP-8546's condition have occurred since containment. Teeth were lost or destroyed at some point, likely due to wear and tear while feeding. This was not discovered for at least 2 weeks, during which 8546 was unable to effectively feed. During this period of fasting, 8546 began to continuously secrete an acrid-smelling, mildly caustic white sludge from exposed areas of flesh. Production of this secretion slowed but did not stop upon switching to liquefied feed. 8546 eventually began to tear out patches of its own fur and pull on the edges of its torn skin. This, in conjunction with skin incidentally removed when cleaning the object with pressurized water, eventually led to its current condition where only small patches of skin and fur are present. This is not considered an issue for containment. 8546 recently began to attempt to force its body through the 2-centimeter gaps between cage bars whenever personnel are nearby. Initially, this was unsuccessful and led to the loss of its remaining eye. However, the object eventually successfully forced its entire head and one foreleg through the gap, injuring a member of cleaning personnel in the process. Cage electrified to prevent further incidents. During above incident, 8546 was discovered to be capable of regenerating lost appendages with minimal ill effects, including the head. Severed tissue remains partially animate after removal. Regular harvesting of tissue samples for research purposes authorized. Repeated loss of appendages accompanied by electrical shocks has gradually disrupted SCP-8546's physical form. Currently, only rear half of object resembles a dog. Front half now more closely resembles a very large skinless tongue with a round feeding hole on the tip. Despite these changes, personnel continue to describe the object's loud, continuous barking as extremely dog-like. Can I get a fuck? Geez, Series 0 Foundation. Wait a damn. Y'all some cold motherfuckers. Yeesh. Okay, I'm giving that an upvote because it hurt my feelings. So I guess it did its job. I agree with C-dubs in the discussion here. This dog is fucked up, bruh. I agree, C-dubs. This dog is fucked up. I also agree with Plague in saying the consistent tone of detachment is the strongest part of this, with the mental image of what remains of the dog by the end being a close second. Yeah, no, the way that this is written to really keep a detached tone while the fucked upness is fucked upping is fucked up. Okay. Thank you to author Gwen Winterhart for that fucked upness. Returning for a chat check-in. Just to make sure, you did say we were doing all of them, right? I'm going for it, man. Desk, we're going for it. I'm making my way downtown. I'm walking fast. Faces past, and I'm homebound. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do, do-do-do-do. All right, chat. Let's keep this thing going. SCP-9773. Codename Bloodsport. Ooh, this one is real short. All right, we can rocket through this one. Item number SCP-9773. Object class Pieta. Pieta? All right, what does that mean? Don't know yet. Author isn't responding. Okay, we do not know what... Hold on a sec. Okay. Where was I? Not making a Peter Griffin joke. Special containment procedures. Stored in Site 19, Armory, Wing H2, Corridor 34Q, Compartment 004610. Item approved for field use by Site Conclave. Whilst attempts to enhance agent performance have yielded suboptimal efficacy. Item has proved particularly suited for use on third parties during infiltration and false flag operations. Oh boy. Description. Object recovered in 1984 from the estate of Earl Bruce, Brentwood, Los Angeles. Bruce was a popular American actor, famed for his performance in Western films and for playing the lead role in the movie Bloodsport. A television show Bloodsport. A detective procedural airing on NBC between 1972 and 1979. Bruce was active in local politics, standing as a candidate in the 1977 mayoral elections. Additionally, he was a collector of antiquities. Believed this is how he came into possession of SCP-9773. Object is a statuette composed of an unknown alloy, approximately 26 centimeters in height, depicting an emaciated, winged humanoid with exaggerated facial features. 2 red, vitreous jewels are inlaid into the eye sockets. Operated via a switch inset in the vertebral column. Red light momentarily emits from object's eyes upon activation. Mammals observing said light experience extreme cognitive degradation. Subjects enter a state of uncontrollable rage, enacting violence on the surrounding environment with extreme prejudice. Condition is irreversible and will persist until death. If subjects are not terminated, they will commence self-mutilation when no other living targets are accessible. Prior to his death, Bruce was suspected by the Los Angeles Police Department of organizing an illegal gambling ring, which they erroneously believe centered around dogfighting. Oh wow, so those, whatever we're fighting got real messed up. Woof. Author Disadron says, tried my hand at Series 0, historically struggled to do short form, and not sure if this works. Well, I thought it was pretty good. I like it as a little thing that does a thing. Sometimes the thing that does the thing is good, especially when the thing that the thing does is fucked up, man. And this thing that does a thing, the thing that the thing does, is fucked up, man. So good. I like it. I updated. Popping over to the chat to check in before the next article. Original Shirai, thank you for your first donation to today's stream. As well as being a member, grab yourself some coleslaw on your way past the commissary. Static, they're coming. The gods coming. Repeat, old R. Well, we have a lot more problems around site with those abominations running around. Your gods, old whatever, can wait. Trust me, things are way worse here for us than they are for you. Lewis Games, thank you for your first donation to today's stream. Grab yourself a thing of curly fries on your way past the commissary. This is the max money I can give you until Friday. Well, thank you for your generosity, no matter how much or little. My hope is that the rest of the SCP community is helped by every little bit that we do here. And the same code, we want a big group of people to give a little. I don't want anyone to overtax themselves in donations, that you harm your financial well-being. So yes, don't give more than you can afford, please. Also, I just realized that I am at a 28% battery for the camera. So we better get this going, guys. We got some more SCPs to get through. If the battery dies, then I'm sorry we didn't finish the job. But I am fighting. I am fighting to get this done. SCP-1538. Wow, you got a Series 2 article for this. Sorry, SCP-1538. You're going to have to take a second. Intern Bucketman, thank you for your first and exceedingly generous donation to today's stream. Thank you so much for your generosity. I want you to go to my office. I want you to go to my mini fridge. I want you to type in the code 42 42 42 42 42. The point is that it's so many digits, no one's going to try that many. So yes, it's simple, so I remember it. But you know what? No one's going to press it 5 times, okay? But whatever you want of the anomalous beveraginos in my commissary approved mini fridge, it's all yours. That mini fridge is kept at the perfect temperature for whoever opens it. So you're going to enjoy whatever drink you get at whatever temperature you need it. Thank you for your extreme generosity, and you asked. It's not SCP, but have you ever watched Local 58? I have heard of Local 58 from YouTube channels that cover it, like the Game Theorists, or I guess the Film Theorist, as well as other YouTubes that cover that kind of unfiction space. Nick Nocturne, I think, did a video on it, but I have not actually looked at it myself. But again, thank you for your generosity, especially to ask such a simple question. Thank you so, so much. I do hear it's good. I do hear it's something I want to get into. All right. All right, back to SCP-1538, codename the Plague Lamp. Now, not only did Plague Lamp get themselves a photo of a very neat lamp, I'm impressed they got themselves a Series 2 slot. Good work on sniping that when it opened up. Also, cool lamp. I love, by the way, just as a tangent before last tangent before we get into this article, I swear, if you want inspiration for SCPs, go to your local antique shop or your local thrift shop. You will find all sorts of weird things that will inspire you to write stories about them. Do it. It's great. All right. Object class Pythagoras, which again is the glossary. Pythagoras is Thaumiel for this canon. SCP-1538's Conprox. 1538 is kept in a locker at Site Red, which has been retrofitted into a ventilated hazardous materials chamber. All personnel entering the locker must be issued elastomeric respirators equipped with chemical cartridges. Personnel selected to interact with SCP-1538 and SCP-1538-1 must be of Persian ethnicity, speak Farsi, and be approved by General Patterson. Description: 1538 is a Persian-style oil lamp made of copper and painted black. The object constantly emits a stream of fumes and gases from its spout. The substances expelled by 1538 possess a composition similar to phosphorus pentafluoride, a neurotoxic gas, and are equally lethal. The neurotoxin emitted by SCP-1538 is created by 1538-1. 1538-1 is an entity linked to 1538, which emerges from the spout after it is rubbed. It possesses an outwardly male appearance and dons a 16th century plague doctor mask when emerging from SCP-1538. 1538-1 claims to specialize in lethal poisons and wishes of death. So this is the reverse 049? The entity believes it serves Mohammad Reza Pahlavi and is working to eliminate his political rivals. All personnel assigned to interact with it are to keep up this facade. Addendum, use log. It seems like we have multiple dates and multiple names. And General Patterson of our group seems to be using it to assassinate different people until General Patterson is assassinated instead, and with a non-applicable authorizing officer. Curious. Addendum. Emergency. Well, I guess so. On April 15th, 2013, General Patterson was found deceased in his quarters, having expired from a lethal neurotoxin identical to that used by Dash-1. Following a brief investigation and questioning of Agent Haddad, the assigned agent for the Abu Ubaidah Abdullah al-Adam elimination, it was learned Haddad stated General Patterson will be pleased before departing 1538-1's locker. Haddad was admonished and reassigned. Dash-1 later confirmed it had killed General Patterson, claiming he had been deceived by the Ferengi. Due to the assets... Does that bear any... Are Star Trek Ferengi based on a Farsi word? Is it a Farsi curse word? Now I'm just confused, but I'm going to finish the article first. Due to the asset's newfound volatility, as well as mounting safety costs due to the constant stream of toxins produced from the object it inhabits, Agent Pilar put forth the plan of sealing off the spout and moving the object to low-priority storage. This was approved by the Defense Committee and containment personnel. A high-endurance plug was placed on the spout immediately following. 1538 was left in its current containment chamber until an adequate spot could be found for it in low-priority storage. However, the object appeared to move on its own a few times before ultimately falling off its pedestal. This action was detected by motion sensors in the chamber, and guards were dispatched immediately. 1538 was found on the ground alongside a massless and deceased 1538-1. A post-mortem analysis indicated Dash-1 had expired from inhalation of the neurotoxin it produces, drowned in its own poison. Immediately following this, 1538 was found to have ceased production of neurotoxin gas. This, paired with 1538-1's death, have resulted in the object currently pending reclassification to Nihil. Nihil? Nihil. I'm going to call it Nihil. Apparently it means foreigner. Thank you, Weiser, for the intel. Much obliged. Also, definite upvote. I like the entity. I like the Foundation using it for assassinations. I like it being betrayed and turning on them. Yeah, that's a great article. I dig it. Good work, whoever wrote that, which is Nicolini. I do always love an Uncle Nicolini article. Nico, you do good work. Thank you. Also, I accidentally clipped on the Discord and I came upon the, what's the phrase I'm looking for? I looked at the Series 0 Discord and I did see that I made a mistake, team. So I accidentally skipped over SCP-9336, Mr. Crouch and Mr. Hop. Now I will tell you, that is because Mr. Crouch and Mr. Hop, if you look at my list here, Mr. Crouch and Mr. Hop are already the clicked link color. And that's because that's one of the first two that I read previous to today. I read this because I saw Stonefish tweet about it. And so I did that as well as the Easter Rabbit before today. The Easter Rabbit and Mr. Crouch and Mr. Hop are the only two I have read before we do all this. So that was a mistake. We're going to go back to Mr. Crouch and Mr. Hop. Although, I think I'm going to make an executive decision today that I am going to purposefully skip Mr. Crouch and Mr. Hop. And that's because the day that I did read it, I read it on stream for everybody. So we have covered Crouch and Hop, and since I'm racing the battery percentage at 26% right now, I just am going to say about Mr. Crouch and Mr. Hop, if you haven't read them, gay assassin anomalies, who focus on anomalies in the, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Greengrocer assassination space. Interesting stuff. Weird. Funny. I dig it. Go read them. Stonefish's list of things they can do is good. I enjoy it. So yes, 9336, although I accidentally skipped it, I am now purposefully skipping it because I've already covered it, and we need to save some time. So, it's good. Enjoy it. Moving on. Checking in the chat real quick. Jackie Sparrow, thank you for sending 2 clockets to the Containment Hazard Assessment team. I am sure that the chat will clock it at your urging twice as hard. Dragon's Blade, thank you for your first donation to today's stream. Grab yourself some Mr. Peanut branded peanuts on your way past the commissary, not sponsored. Hello, Doctor. Thank you for the room accommodations. It has been quite lovely. I am glad to hear you are handling containment very well. Thank you for being cooperative. And Freddie Rules, thank you for your first donation to today's stream. Grab yourself a hot slice on your way past the commissary. Of pizza, obviously. And you said, love the channel? Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your generosity as well as your appreciation of our work. Okay, we're still running it. We're still running it. Now, next up on our list, looking at... Oh, I got to go back to the Series 0 hub. I accidentally closed it. Series 0 hub. Hurrah. Next up on our list is SCP-9581. Codename, but they're looking back at our sun. So, pulling up SCP-9581. This does have a picture, a digital reconstruction of the planetary map with no regions highlighted, but they're pointing back at our sun. Let's find out what it's about, people. Oh, ZeroCon, I do see that you're saying that Ferengi means foreigner in this case. Thank you for the intel. I'm still wondering if the Star Trek Ferengi were based on it, but based on how close it is, maybe? Maybe. Definite maybe. But rather than looking that up, 9581, here we go. Item number SCP-9581, object class contained. Let's see what we got. Special containment procedures. 9581 is stored in an oversized object chamber inside 11. Clean room protocol should be observed when entering the chamber, and radiation protection is required for any personnel interacting with 9581's mechanical components. All specimens should be stored inside 9581 unless being actively studied. Description. Recovered from impact crater outside Dumas, Texas, SCP-9581 is a metallic technological construct with a two-lobed structure. One lobe is highly asymmetrical, consisting primarily of computing components and a variety of communications or observation devices, including a UHF radio antenna and magnetometer, boom. That's not how you say that. Magnometer, boom. This lobe also possesses a partially shielded nuclear battery of curium-250 decay products that provide a low level of power for electronic components. Some neutron flux escapes through the walls of the battery, posing a risk to personnel working in its vicinity. The second lobe is hemispherical, contains no electronic components. It is hollow, storing a series of etched platinum sheets, and the cadavers of multiple quadrupedal and hexapodal organisms, which have been preserved using techniques and chemicals comparable to modern embalming methods. Most platinum sheets contained in SCP-9581 are engraved with finely detailed symbols or diagrams, which remain untranslated. It is unclear if they consist of one language or multiple, but one diagram has been definitively identified as a map of hydrogen clouds in the Orion Molecular Cloud Complex. Multiple lines and symbols mark a point in close proximity to the Orion Nebula as the center and presumed origin of the map. Every organism but one is depicted on one double-sided etched sheet each. One side of these sheets is an anatomical diagram, although the labels remain untranslated. The other side depicts what appears to be a planetary map, but different areas are highlighted in the engraving for each version. The only organism with additional documentation is a quadrupedal vertebrate with an extra pair of manipulator limbs ahead of its shoulders. The skull is elongated with one pair of forward-facing eyes and two pairs of side-facing eyes in a lateral row behind it. Multiple digits at the end of the manipulator limbs bear heavily oxidized rings, but it has no other clothing or ornaments. Besides the anatomical diagram, there are additional sheets containing artistic depictions of one or more instances of this type, including 3 instances standing at the peak of a mountain looking down. All 3 are clad in thick protective gear. 1 large instance sitting with 5 smaller, possibly juvenile instances in a circle around what appears to be a fire. 1 instance sitting and facing the viewer wearing long, flowing clothing with elaborate decorations. The pattern seems to be more finely detailed than the engraving process can consistently depict, resulting in aberrations in some places. No engravings are believed to depict military capability, either due to unwillingness to advertise it or genuine lack on the part of the creators. As 9581 itself poses no threat when isolated within its chamber, no additional research is considered necessary. Okay, so we have aliens. SCP aliens, straightforward, nice scientific jargon, gets the job done. I think it's a little, while it doesn't have much going on its face, it does, you know, we got aliens. Of course, the SCP Foundation is containing aliens. So, that's getting the job done. That's getting the job done as a Series 0 article. Simply speaking, very Area 51. Good stuff indeed. Popping back to the chat to check in. Bucket Man, thank you for donating again to say, after this, can we look at SCP-2747? Well, that'll really depend on how much battery I have left by the time we reach the end of what we're currently doing. I am fighting my way to the end of these. We will see if there's time. Otherwise, we might have to wait for tomorrow. 369 Destroyer, thank you for donating again to say, how many stories does a character need to have in order to get a character description? Question from Froy. Froy, I don't know what you mean by a character description. You see, any character in a tale could be described because that's written in prose. You'll notice that in SCP articles, characters are not described the way they are in prose because the technical document aspect would not have a character description. So I don't really understand. I mean, I guess my question would be, what are you trying to accomplish that requires an answer to this question? Because, I mean, my character has a description just based on the fact that it looks like me in my videos. And there is no main article describing me. Yeah, until I know exactly why you're asking, I can't really answer your question. Give me more details, Froy, but in the meantime, Teddy Boys, thank you for your first donation. Grab yourself some Teddy Grams on your way past the commissary. And nice hair, Sherm. Also, my cat says hi. Well, hello to your cat. Super Chat has a low amount of text allowed, so 369 couldn't write it all. Written before they get a character. For like example, Dr. Kondraki has a character description. Froy, what do you mean Dr. Kondraki has a character description, though? Because, what do you mean? My character description. If you mean a personnel dossier, well, that's Dr. Kondraki, the author's author page that they used as a personnel dossier for Kondraki. And that's true of all the Old Guard author avatars. Clef's personnel dossier is just Clef's author page. So you need to make your author page by writing enough articles to have an author page. Then you make that your character dossier, so to speak. I think that's what you're saying. Pretty sure. I'll check in again after the next article because I have 23% battery. We are going to win this, people. We're not done. 9581, you got to update for being aliens and clinical and good. Next up, Ted the Caver is the next inspiration for Series 0 vibes. So, I have heard of Ted the Caver. I've never really looked into it, but I hear it's pretty good. I hear there's a nice reboot of it that's pretty awesome. Okay. But anyways, I'm not looking at that because that's not SCP, and we got SCPs to cover. SCP-9234, codename The Switch. I hope this isn't like the big red button. That would worry me. Okay, let's see what SCP-9234 has to say about codename The Switch. Now, here's our photograph of redacted Virginia for this article. Let's take a peek. Let's see what we got. Ready. And action. Item number SCP-9234, object class Metanoia. Metanoia, is that a thing? Metanoia. What are you, object class Metanoia? You're not even listed among the other object classes. Are you listed lower down anywhere? No, you're not. You're not in here anywhere that I can see, at least on a look. But I'm not going to worry about that right now because I'm in a hurry. I'm in a hurry. So, special containment procedures for this object class metanoia anomaly. The town of Redacted, Virginia is to remain under full quarantine. The area is to be presented to the public as a site of a severe chemical spill. All roads leading in or out are to be blocked under the guise of EPA-mandated cleanup. Furthermore, all roads leading in or out, isn't that just all roads? Just as a terminology thing, why do we say that? All roads in or out of town. When roads are normally two ways, right? I'm just saying. Blocked under the guises of EPA-mandated cleanup. Foundation personnel are to monitor the perimeter and intercept any civilians attempting entry. No food or organic materials to be brought into or removed from the town without Level 3 approval. Description: SCP-9234 is a designation given to an anomalous effect that, until recently, affected all food consumed within the boundaries of Redacted, Virginia. Any edible item ingested inside the town retained its normal physical properties, including, but not limited to, appearance, taste, texture, nutritional content, chemical composition. However, the item would somehow be extra-physically transubstantiated into human flesh. More cannibalism. Hello. Hooray. Standard scientific analysis could detect no difference from ordinary food. Addendum. On Redacted, during preliminary testing of the anomaly, the transubstantiation effect on food ceased abruptly across the entire town. No further instances of food converting to flesh have been recorded. Immediately following this cessation, every resident of Redacted, population 2,341, underwent a reciprocal anomalous change. While each individual retains normal human appearance, behavior, speech, and physiological function, their fundamental substance has been transubstantiated into food. I knew it. Each resident had been transubstantiated into a specific type of foodstuff. No correlation has been found between the type of food and the individual's age, diet, occupation, or any other observable factor. Biopsies and standard medical imaging continue to register as ordinary human tissue, but the specialized analysis confirms the extra-physical alteration. Residents appear unaware of any change and continue their daily routines without incident. Addendum 2. Foundation leadership is currently reviewing proposal EC9234-1. The proposal recommends designating all redacted residents as subjects for Foundation testing. Proponents note that given the residents' extra-physical composition is food, rather than baseline human beings, such utilization will represent a more ethical sourcing method than current procedures. Deliberations remain ongoing. That is a stupid idea, Foundation, because if you were to do that, you would not know if the anomaly was happening with a biological effect that would only take place on foodstuffs as opposed to humans. What if it's an anomaly that rots food, and so now we think the anomaly rots people, but that's not people, it's food. Check and mate. But suffice it to say, I do think that is blatantly weird, and I appreciate it. SCP author Randolph Nutterbutter, thank you for your silly, silly anomaly. Okay, popping back. We're still rolling. We're still rolling, and please don't tell me. Okay, that's not a new SCP. There's not another new SCP in here. All right, guys. This is the moment you've been waiting for. SCP-9224. Codename Butt Monster. Now, I'm familiar with the Butt Ghost. Everyone's familiar with the Butt Ghost. The ghost that haunts toilets and tries to eat your butt. But now it's time for the Butt Monster. 9224. Now, I'm going to pop over to the chat because I forgot to check it. Then we'll go on to the Butt Monster. Lewis Games, thank you for donating again to say, I just found out I had a little more money, but this is the last donut I can do. Don't know I can do it at this moment because on Friday I get paid in. Well, again, Lewis, thank you so much for your generosity and finding another $5 to donate. It's very kind of you. When you donate to Site 42, you're helping us to, for myself, obviously, I am trying to make Site 42 my day job. I have not quit my day job. I still teach it, my dance classes. But the longer we do this, the more likely that can happen. So Site 42 keeps growing. I'll get there one day, and you're helping me to do that. You're also helping me to support the work that Desk and Synth, our moderator and editor, do, as well as a bunch of other stuff that goes on for Site 42. So thank you so much. Even the smallest donations are very helpful, and we appreciate you greatly. Okay, it's 369 Destroyer. Thank you for donating again to say, longest stream since mukbang, a biblical proportion. Oh, not the Bible eating stream. Yes, that did take an extra 30 minutes because I underestimated how long it would take to eat that Bible. Are you happy? You are, I'm not, I can tell. Intern Shikez. I enjoy SCP Fragmented Minds. The game chapter 1 that I played, you can watch my playthrough on from stream on this channel. We edited videos as well, so you don't want to watch the whole stream. So you can watch it here. We haven't gotten to see episode 2 yet, but I look forward to it. Teddy Boys, thank you for donating again to say, metanoia refers to changing one's mind. This changes a person's perspective, perception, or the nature of intelligent beings, or reality. Probably refers to the fact that people don't realize anything. Neat! Thank you for the intel. So glad you were here to inform us. Much obliged. You know, great community. SCP authors, SCP community, still cool. I'm glad I devoted my YouTube channel to talking about you guys incessantly. You're all right. I mean, as I said earlier, bastards and monsters of the highest order, but also good eggs. Now we're going to talk about the butt monster. Butt monster. Now, here we go. Butt monster is object class Diogenes, which is between the Euclid and Keter rating. We also have structural damage on I-10 caused by the butt monster. That's a pretty devastating butt monster. What's happening there? Sheesh. All right, here we go. Item number SCP-9224, object class Diogenes. Division, bioweaponry. And bioweaponry links back to 9965, which we've already read, the tapeworm. Special containment procedures. Item 9224 is housed within Enhanced Holding Cell 17 at the Victorville site and is subject to research and development under the Bioweaponry Division. The cell consists of 0.6 meter concrete walls lined with 12-gauge carbon steel plating. The chambers remain sealed at all times outside of scheduled feeding periods. 3 times weekly, a live sedated pig, minimum 80 kilograms, is delivered into the chamber via gravity-fed chute positioned in EHC's 17's northwest chamber. Specimen is to be fitted with a single-use disposable rectal speculum prior to delivery to facilitate entry by SCP-9224 and reduce splatter. We have to put something in the pig's butt so the butt monster can get in and reduce splatter. This is going real great already. Following 5 personnel casualties during sanitation attempts, routine cleaning of the containment chamber has been indefinitely suspended. Biohazard accumulation is monitored remotely and is not considered a structural risk. Furthermore, 9224's tendency to roll around and coat itself in refuse seems to have supplanted its previous undesirable behavior of repeatedly bludgeoning itself against EHC-17's walls. There are no ongoing efforts to remove the humans from 9224 at this time. The fuck? I'm sorry. The fuck? What do you mean remove the humans from 9224? Let's keep going. Description. Recovered following a civilian incident in West Hollywood, California. The entity was reported as emerging from the ground and targeted 4 Canadian tourists. There were 26 casualties and 49 instances of gross rectal damage during transportation to Site Victorville. See file SCP-9224-194-B, which I assume is the tail now. Yes, okay. Item SCP-9224 is a bilaterally symmetrical, needle-shaped organism 9.51 feet tall and roughly 8.14 inches at its widest point. That's very specific measurements. Both ends taper to points with an estimated tip radius below 0.3 millimeters. Composition is unknown. Microhardness testing conducted remotely has returned values exceeding those of any known biological structure. The exterior surface is covered in retractable spine-like processes, each approximately 2.2 inches long. Each spine contains a hollow channel connected to an internal reservoir capable of delivering fluid into surrounding tissue upon penetration. 9224 moves through a rapid ballistic leaping mechanism. No source of propulsion has been identified. Entity covers up to 65 feet per leap and produces no detectable sound. Seismic and air displacement sensors have recorded only negligible disturbance during observed movement. 9224 is an obligate ambush predator, with stalking periods ranging from 4 to 21 hours. Prior to acquisition by the Special Collections Program, 9224 is known to have resided within the Los Angeles County Municipal Sewer System. Civilian testimony and recovered evidence indicate its preferred hunting method involved navigating wastewater pipes to terminal plummeting fixtures and surfacing within toilet bowls where it would encounter exposed anatomy in a seated posture. You made the butt ghost scary and horrible. Why? Where was I? Where it would encounter exposed anatomy in a seated posture. 9224 would then accelerate vertically into the anal canal of the individual. The majority of pre-acquisition incidents are attributed to this method. Upon entry, the captured organism, designated 9224-beta, does not sustain the expected bodily trauma, instead undergoing rapid, paranormal hyperelasticity, stretching to accommodate 9224's full dimensions without visible injury. Remember, it is a 9.5 foot tall entity that just jumped up your butt and is now inside you like a rubber costume. This effect is believed to be chemically induced by agents delivered through 9224 spines during penetration. 9224 beta can form tightly around 9224 surface and form a biological sheath. Over time, 9224 accumulates additional layers through repeated predation. As of the most recent imaging survey, 9224 is encased in 78 distinct layers of 9224-beta, comprising cattle, swine, brown rats, cats, dogs, seagulls, and approximately 22 human beings. Inner layers undergo progressive histological fusion over weeks to months, eventually forming a continuous, undifferentiated biomass. Become the mass of the skin of the butt monster. Entity is believed to derive sustenance from this congealed inner layer. 9224's internal reservoir system contains at least 7 chemically distinct fluid agents, of which 5 have been provisionally categorized based on observed effects. These agents are delivered through the spine apparatus and appear to be deployed selectively depending on situational context. The most commonly observed effect is rapid sclerotic hardening of affected tissue, achieving surface hardness sufficient to resist 7.62 times 51 millimeter NATO at point-blank range within 1.2 seconds of injection. 9224 frequently utilizes this agent when leaping through solid barriers during pursuit, which is why the interstate broke. Additionally, outer layer 9224-beta have been observed developing functional limbs from exposed surfaces of the epidermis upon injection, with interior developments occurring invasively and integrating with musculature. These limbs are fully articulated, capable of grasping and hurling objects up to 40 kilograms, and has been observed wielding and discharging SCP-issued sidearms with accuracy. Testing has revealed the advanced behavior of these limbs, up to and including reproducing the third movement of Claude Debussy's Suite Bergamasque Clair de Lune on a provided electric keyboard through mediated electroshock conditioning. What the fuck is this thing? Hunting efficacy is inversely correlated with total attached 9224-beta layers. Distress vocalizations produced by outer layer 9224-beta have been observed to alert potential prey and compromise the entity's ambush strategy. Note: Howdy, bunker mates. Just stopping in to let everyone know the 9224-beta instances do not formally classify as privileged operators, so all requests for termination cannot be fulfilled under the proper channels. We're ignoring forms pertaining to this matter from here on out, but you're free to take it up with your project leads. Or you can always wait for those fuckers to be slurped down by Mr. Butt Monster eventually. Thanks, signed, WW, as in Dr. Wisp again. I believe that is. Dr. Wisp. I'm giving this an upvote, but I'm also giving it a side eye. And when I see what author wrote this, the side eye's for you. Let's find out together. This is intern, author, Pass de Peppa. Pass de Peppa. I'm watching you, man. I'm watching you. What the fuck? Pass de Peppa. Motherfucking butt monster up your butt with a 9-foot needle, poisoning you so your body becomes a rubber suit for a butt monster. They can grow arms and play electric keyboard with your limbs while it's inside you, wearing you like a butt monster rubber flesh suit. Why the fuck do we work for the Foundation? What the fuck are we even dealing with? Pass to Peppa, I see you in the Discord server for Series 0, enjoying the reaction. You have my kudos. You absolute monster. What the fuck? Jiminy sakes. Slight tangent. Now, we are still at 18% battery, so we're running against the clock. But we're also running out of stories, so we're making our way downtown, walking fast, faces past, etc. Animal Hospital, you sent me something about Series 0 lore. I'm going to tell it to the chat. Here we go. So, there's a little outside lore from Animal Hospital, one of the 4 SCP authors credited as canon heralds, so to speak, of Series 0. 9224 and 9773 completely changed Dr. Wisp's characterization, and it's something I'm planning on putting to the site when I can. She was initially supposed to be the good member of the Foundation who cared for paranormal creatures and opposed the militarization of the paranormal, but 9224 presents her as directly and even happily working with the bioweaponry division. Dr. Wisp is, to me, a bad person with good traits. She cares about paranormal creatures, she loves them and finds them endearing. She's so sweet and gentle with everyone around her, but she's also gleefully supportive of the military's mission, sees nothing wrong with the blatant ethical corruption of the Foundation. 9773 also shows that Site-19 has an armory, which I initially planned on writing as a point of conflict for her, but now I imagine it's a necessary concession that she made to the wider Foundation as a show of loyalty. I want her, like Dr. Nolan, Lord Stonefish's Camros's character in 9336, to be a recurring villain, and I'm excited to continue development of the canon with everyone else. Good stuff. Keep going. Even if it's fucking terrible, in a great way. Terrible in only the best way. Everyone. Alright, let me check in with the chat before we move to the next donation. H135er, thank you for sending a couple hundos to the Containment Hazard Assessment team. I'm sure they'll keep it 1 hundo at your urging. Catherine Snell, thank you for sending sparkles. I'm sure they will be fabulous. Yuji Itadori, thank you for sending a couple of press Fs. I am sure that the Containment Hazard Assessment team will pay respects at your urging. Commander Zed, thank you for sending a bunch of silver stars and gold coins. I am sure the awards and the monetary awards will do great for the chat as well. And Shadow Company First Responder, thank you for sending 1 hundo. I'm sure they'll keep it 1 hundo at your urging. Okay, jumping back on to the Next anomaly. You gotta get through these, man. There's the hazardous entity acquisition after action report for the butt monster. So guys, it's a sequel to the butt monster. I hope you're ready for more butt monster. Oh, did you not have enough butt monster in your life? Did you just feel the need after everything we read that you needed more butt monster? I just checked the author. It is Pasta Peppa. Pasta Peppa brought us more butt monster. And so you're going to get it, whether you want it or not. More butt monster. And by the by, now we are into articles that are so new that they haven't been voted on. And usually, my policy is not to read articles until they've had enough votes. I usually give it a day or two. But today's a special occasion. Everything in Series 0 has fucked with a capital F. And because everything these people have written has fucked right now, I am trusting them with my chat right now. I am trusting you people with new articles on the site, and I'm hoping they are good enough. Let's find out. File SCP-9224-194-B, Hazardous Entity Acquisition After Action Report. Top Secret, United States of America Special Collections Program, Victorville Holding Site, California. Do not disseminate. File, here we go. Author, former Captain E. Parr. Unit, Retrieval Team 6, SCP Paranormal Activity Response Corps, the SCP Park. Location, Santa Monica, Los Angeles County, California. Date, withheld. Begin report. We spun up out of Edwards by Hilo to intercept the entity in LA County. Thing was about 2 clicks southwest of our insert time by the time we got boots on the ground. 5 of us company strength moved to link up with RT2 in Santa Monica AO. From the air, you can see the path thing get carved out. At the time, we thought it was another one of those lamprey things that they keep penned up at Site Black that had gotten loose again. Should have known better, because I've never seen a hostile lay through the I-10 like that. You saw the photo. It was a hot mess. Touched down at Position Gulf and got word to push due east on the entity. RT2 had a head start on us, maybe 800 meters out, so we buckled in and got ready to hump it. We were rolling with 4 M249 saws and an ETA PR-291 negative photon cannon that the eggheads at Site Blue shipped down from the Fairbanks. Lucky us, because apparently RT2 hadn't come equipped with one of these bad boys, and we saw how that shook out for them. Commander Redacted drilled our asses about the whole op. We had no idea where he'd get that big stick up his ass going in. Hardy har har. But settling down just short of McClure Tunnel started putting things in perspective. Paramedics were already swarming the whole area. Total mass cash posture. And I swear to God, the people who were stretched out like balloons. There was this one guy, FBI, I think, who I dead-ass mistook for a redacted. His lower half was so blown up, and the legs were totally dislocated, rotated outwards like the hands on a clock. I swear I could see up his guts. No idea how the man was still breathing, but here we are. Command got on the net and barked at us to start running, so that's what we did. I heard blasts in the distance, people screaming. The blast was that they only happened every once in a while. The screaming was constant, all around us. But underneath it was just nothing. No small arms. Sometimes you'd hear concrete grinding and sometimes not. Just total dead air for a few seconds before another massive boom and more people screaming. We tracked the thing to a half-collapsed parking garage in central Santa Monica. I'm not exaggerating. Whatever this thing was, it had plowed a lane straight through the neighborhood. Entire houses split clean down the middle like something out of those autopsy videos or those industrial safety tapes. And people everywhere around us, medics, civvies, 3-letter guys, whole lot of them just hemorrhaging out the ass, down on all fours, gagging, wretched, completely done. We crack jokes. As the guy in charge of my element, I can own that much. We crack jokes that the censored for decorum and all that. That's just the gig. But honestly, I had zero frame of reference for what I was looking at. I could not tell if the black stuff on the ground was blood or shit or bile. I could not figure out why people were crawling around looking like fucking Teletubbies. In all my time, I'd never seen anything close. We pushed into the garage around the same time as RT2. They had gotten their hair sooner, good on Benson, and had already started cleaning up upward to the top levels, with things apparently bedded down. William started gagging from the smell, but waved off the sick bag. Good kid. The smell. Imagine an outhouse or a public bathroom, 7-Eleven or something. Imagine getting swirlied at school after the fat kid just went. Oh, geez. Imagine getting your nose socked in and smelling the blood running from your nostrils. Imagine choking on your own vomit. None of that gets you there. The closer we push, that was the only thing in my head. It was like catching a fist to the face. Zero viz. Power was out across the whole grid. All we had were weapon lights and handhelds. And even then, with all the dust and crap in the air, you could maybe see 3 meters ahead of you. We could hear screaming from above, structural popping, wet slurping noises, and gunfire. We hauled ass, full sprint up the ramps, but we were too late. The last scream cut off with one final wet pop. We got closer. The smell kept getting worse. Didn't even know how that was physically possible. We approached the top, and I remember Connor just dropping his flashlight. I put my light on the thing. Dead quiet. I looked ahead through the dust and saw a gut. This white, bloated stomach, the belly button all deformed and pushed open with a glistening pinkness in the center. Dark striae of fingers, size of fingers running everywhere. Whoever it was, the guy could barely breathe, crying the whole time. And his little arms, god damn it. His little arms poking out from the top, just wriggling around over his balloon-shaped head. I don't know why I did what I did. I killed my light and hit the deck. Stop, drop, and roll the whole deal. That's what I did. Can't explain it. He brought his saw up and opened up on the thing. Sounded like rounds hitting wood, and the poor bastard inside started crying out, almost oinking. I could barely make out what he was trying to say. Please help. Help me, my head, I think. Aim for my head. Connor was behind me. I was face down on cold concrete in total darkness. I heard the saw going, then nothing. Then a wet pop. Then Connor, strained, gurgling, crying. I rolled over and got my light up on it. Connor was on his back, weapon tossed off to the side, and I saw the thing, this bloated pole of stretched out flesh just for a second, pushing into him, going straight up his ass. I watched his hips blow out, then his gut balloon, stretch marks rip across his skin like fucking paper. I watched his head swell up, flatten out, change shape. His skull stretched long and the vertebrae cracking on one after the other, and the skin just wrapped tight around the outline of the thing. Then it was upright again. I want on record that I'm ashamed of what I did. I've already started the process of giving up my rank, and I understand what that means. Trust me, I do. I heard Nathaniel fire the NPC. The light from my flashlight just got swallowed by that beam, redacted along the walls. A part of the thing's mass collapsed in on itself, the flesh literally knotting into a red ball at the pulse point. But whatever the weapon was doing to it, the thing was tanking it. It was eating those blasts. Redacted. And I couldn't bear to keep... There's a typo. Couldn't bear to keep. You want to fix that. And I couldn't bear to keep looking at what was left of Connor's face. His eyes had gotten shoved out of the sockets, sticking out like two little knobs on top of the thing's head, pointed up at the ceiling. His arms, squeezed out by the pressure, were still twitching. Nathaniel fired again and put it on the ground. I puked. Could not see a thing. 0 SA. And I just lost it. Then I grabbed my weapon. God forgive me. I ran. For however long I'm still the ranking man on this element before my bus goes through, I'm formally requesting whatever the hell that thing is gets put down at the earliest possible opportunity. By whatever means are available, I do not care how it gets done. Kill it. End report. Afterward, Captain Parr's voluntary downranking was processed without contest on date withheld. He currently serves on janitorial staff at Site-19. His recommendation that SCP-9224 be terminated was forwarded to the Office of the Director and denied following consultation with the Bioweaponry Division, which assessed the entity's fluid agent capabilities as holding significant research and operational value. SPC Connor Cowhay remains incorporated into SCP-9224's outer layer assembly as of the most recent imaging survey has been classified as non-recoverable casualty. The remains of RT-2 have not been individually identified. Complete. Fuck that butt monster, man. Fuck that thing. Also, very reminiscent of the SCP-096 report. Very reminiscent of 096 and the after-action report for 096. Damn fine work, Pasta Peppa. Horrifying, but damn. Solid. All right, I'm checking in with the chat, but we have 3 more articles. 3 more articles. We can do this, people. We can do this. Let's see. Catherine, thank you for sending another silver star. Shadow Company, thank you for sending a gold coin. I am sure the awards and the monetary rewards are helpful to the chat. They appreciate it. Teddy Boys, thank you for donating again to say. Left you a few macarons for my baking day. Take care, don't choke. Also, much love. I'm heading out. Bye. I hope you escaped with your tasty, tasty macarons before that came up. Godspeed, Teddy Boys. Godspeed. Shadow Company First Responder, thank you for sending a 100 and a gold coin after that. I'm sure the chat will keep it 100 and enjoy the gold coin. We have 3 more articles and we have 15% battery, people. We are finishing this job. I will not stop. We are done soon. SCP-9082, live from the Red Room. Here is the logo of redroom.live. Let's be worried about whatever that is. Here we go. Item number 9082, object class Hypatia, so that's their Keter. Let's keep going. Special containment procedures. Item SCP-9082 has been blocked from being accessed on the surface web. However, all attempts at fully removing the object from the internet have failed. Users of 9082 are similarly unable to be traced. Research and monitoring is localized at Site 12, although all Foundation personnel may contact Project Lead Dr. J. Gann regarding special access to 9082. Description. Discovered in 2002, origin is as of yet unknown. 9082 is a website accessible at the domain www.redroom.live.redacted, which hosts numerous live streams and text-based forums. Said live streams consist entirely of static shots of interiors, examples including basements, classrooms, bathrooms, kitchens, church halls, and bedrooms. Despite their well-kept appearance, these rooms have never been occupied by a living human. A small community of unidentified individuals are active on 9082, frequently discussing the contents of the live streams and related topics on the site's forums and live chats. When accessing a 9082 live stream, the viewer is capable of transferring their consciousness into the room depicted by using their blood to paint a circular pattern on their computer screen. This may only work when the subject is within a dark room. Personnel report immediately falling asleep and awakening within the room depicted. They are capable of moving through the space, described as floating or gliding, but are unable to access areas not in view of the camera. The space, which would be directly behind the camera, is replaced by a concave, white void, tapering off from the existing walls and ending in a rounded oblong point. Within 4 hours, personnel's consciousness will return to their body and they will awaken. The sensation of being in a room has been described as intensely euphoric. For the duration of the event, the cadaver of the affected individual will appear motionless within the live stream feed of the room. 9082 users often encourage others to engage in this act, expressing a great deal of pleasure within the stream's live chat when users' corpses appear on screen. Multiple cadavers can appear in a stream at one time, with no known limit. This is seen as a communal activity by 9082 users. Certain rooms featured in 9082 have been successfully identified, although live streams do not seem to actually occur in these locations. Entering these spaces does not register any change within related live streams, nor has any recording equipment ever been discovered. All identified rooms have been previous locations of homicides, a fact seemingly known by 9082 users, whose handles and forum messages sometimes reference the circumstances of certain murders or the names of the victims. Personnel are not advised to engage with SCP-9082 users. Only white class personnel and above may use 9082 for recreational purposes. Very creepy, classic internet gore website vibes. Nice. I like what you did here. Whoever you are, who are you? This was author Demolition Derpy. Very nice, DD. Good work. don't have much to say about that. That was just solid. Cool. All right. 2 more articles. 2 more articles. Let's finish the job. All right, this is one of the... This was posted 4 hours ago. We have been streaming for, what is that, 180 minutes, 240 minutes. We have been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. 420. So, that is, that means this was posted right after we started streaming, people. Okay, here we go. SCP-9272, it's so new that its name does not show up codename-wise on the page for Skipper database. So, let's go back to the page. Codename, Last Dream. Object class Hypatia, this is another Keter. Special containment procedures. Humanoids will emerge in the vicinity of the Fort Carson barracks, typically as extraneous personnel, occasionally civilian. They may be safely put to work until decay onset, at which point minimal palliative care is necessary. Liquefaction typically occurs within 24 hours. Oh God. Should civilians stumble across a transient entryway to 9272, they are to be threatened with legal repercussions and warned not to access the space again. If multiple trips occur, perpetrators are to be detained or liquidated as necessary to prevent further ingress. Care must be taken not to reproduce the 9272 logic in containment. Objects that escape in a 9272 are to be assumed lost. The permanent entrance in the basement of Outpost Albion Defilade is to be guarded by 3 armed personnel at all times. The affluent buildup therein also necessitates the presence of a janitorial team to keep it under control. Intact emergencies are to be shot on sight, regardless of attempts at communication. Civilians who approach the site are to be warned off on account of toxicological cleanup. Procedure around 9272 exploration is not reliable. Use of hallucinogens or alcohol is forbidden unless explicitly directed by the superior officer. What can be said is that entrants into 9272 should control themselves. To future readers, please understand this document has been written purposefully. Apparent omissions have been placed with intention. Do not file a new copy without seeking out the 9272 working group at Site Black. Okay, here we go. Description. Found in Colorado Springs Post Office in 1995. Later requisitioned as Albion Defilade. Entryway does not maintain stable configuration. Initial discovery noted cordite residues and 2 spent .45 caliber ACP shells in the area, alongside a carelessly folded postal worker's uniform. The threshold has taken forms including but not limited to a trap door, a chimney, a garden path, an airport terminal, and a dentist's chair. 9272 is the space compressed beyond the aforementioned passageway. Its contents are inadvisable to describe, but it is known to have a volume of no less than 8 cubic parsecs. The nature of the space is generally benign, so as long as the entering personnel do not panic. Due to the past exploratory error, 9272 is populated, fortified, and wary of Foundation entry. The population may be assuaged with gifts, which must be 80% wrapping and ribbonry by volume. The choice of gift is not strictly relevant, though links of barbed wire have reportedly been met with positive reception. Long-term assuaging of local fears is hoped to lead to detente with SCP-9272 and more reliable containment facilities. Alternatively, a greater operating ground might be secured through spatial expansion. Footnote: 9272 is locally but not globally metrizable, so expansion is a fraught concept. In place of briefing on its precise nature or contents, operatives in 9272 are given the following primer. SCP-9272 contains lichen on stone. Lichen? Lichen. Contains daffodil and carnation and hydrangea. Contains fencing with the little annotation crucifix. Elements believed to be present due to exploratory error are marked by the little crucifix addendum. So contains fencing, accidentally. Contains beratements, accidentally. Contains metal detectors, accidentally. Contains teeth. Contains scalpels, accidentally. contains beauty, contains falling, contains accidentally, has no permanent human accidentally habitants, has no atomic elements, i.e. objects are infinitely divisible, accidentally, has no fixed properties, accidentally, has quiet, has several spatially isolated regions, accidentally, has a purpose, has hidden parts, has maps, accidentally, is safe, is mutable, is subject to non-Archimedean geometry, accidentally. Never heard of non-Archimedean geometry, I like that. Is inhabited, accidentally, is waiting, is hurt. Quite a list. Equipped with this information, personnel may safely utilize 9272. It has proven to be an excellent receptacle for non-sentient items of interest. The objects so far thus contained have been integrated into its ecosystem and may only be recovered by an armed or inebriated party. What is within 9272 will often attempt egress. These attempts are ineffectual, and most aggressors will discorporate immediately when no longer held together by 9272. This is the source of the pool of effluence at Albion Defilade, composed of 5 parts undifferentiated human tissue, 1 part saliva, and 1 part liquid ether. Corporate egressors are almost universally hostile and are to be shot when sighted in the wider world. However, egressors at Fort Carson are servile and diligent. The cause of this discrepancy is unknown. 9272 may be entered through portals other than those found at Albion Defilade. These occur when the 9272 logic, footnote, the governing logic of 9272, is reproduced in usual space. Since the 9272 logic is an aspect of 9272, it is unsafe to describe. Involuntary ingress into 9272 occurs most often while restrained. This has been a major obstacle to Foundation operations, especially in the immediate vicinity of Albion Defilade, where the effect is strongest. 3 key indicators of the 9272 logic are restraint while naked, injured, or guarded by a third party. Any form of restraint can induce an ingress in principle, but by far the most reliable trigger is full body restraint to a reclining bench. Author, when were we? What the fuck? Neat. Neat spatial anomaly and logical anomaly you got here. I dig it. I'll give it an updoot. That's weird. I dig it. I was getting some weird Backrooms vibes. I was getting some weird all sorts of spatial anomalies vibes. Good weird. Good weird. I like your weird. Congratulations on good weird. Popping back to the chat, seeing what's up. Catherine Snell, thank you for sending a GG to the chat. I am sure the chat will have good game thanks to your help. Ravehaven, thank you for your 5 gift memberships to today's Containment Hazard Assessment team. I am certain that the chat appreciates the promotions. And chat, if you got one of those promotions, thank Ravehaven for the move. Man, I'm so tired, but I'm finishing the stream. I don't care what my parents would say. Nod the chat. Lol. Oh my gosh, we are 1 article away, people. 12% battery. We're going to make it. Also, we're testing just how long I can stream on this battery today. We're learning. We're doing research. We are researchers at the Foundation. Good. Okay. Finishing the job. Last article. Are you ready, people? Gamer77. Time check. You want a time check, Captain Gamer? Well, thank you for your 11 months as a level Mobile Task Force Captain here at Site 42. We have been streaming for 270 minutes. That is 4.5 hours. I am getting tired. We are on our way. The battery is at 11%. We've lost 1%. We need to finish the job. The last entry in Series 0 for the day. Unless someone does something really stupid while I'm reading this article. Warning you. Series 0 Discord server. Oh no. Pasta Peppa just warned me in that Discord server that The Butt Monster is getting another sequel. The Butt Monster and its sequel weren't enough. We need a threequel? Are you sure you're not going to do a squeakquel? We're finishing the job, people. With that threat sitting over our head, we're finishing the job. And it's so short. It's so short. Thank everything. Look at how tiny this article is. Oh, it's all we could have dreamed of. At a +0, we are literally just starting this. It has a discussion of 4. So it might be controversial. It's got upvotes and downvotes. Let us find out what is happening. Okay, final round. Item number, SCP-9078. Object class, contained. Special containment procedures. It is not currently believed that SCP-9078 is transmissible between humans, and as such it has been deemed that containment procedures are unnecessary. Requests for usage can be filed to Dr. Noel, linking to SCP-9965. Description. SCP-9078 is best described as a rot endemic to the human stomach. Biologically, it exhibits many properties similar to decaying food, and can occasionally take on properties of fetal, fungal, or viral growths. In a non-empty stomach, SCP-9078 instances will consume other decaying food matter and grow in size. In an empty stomach, SCP-9078 instances will begin to decrease in size due to lack of an appropriate feeding source. However, SCP-9078 instances will sustain themselves by increasing the rate of digestion on their host. In turn, hosts can sustain themselves by further digesting SCP-9078 instances, although this can lead to increased uptake in the bloodstream. And that's it. Interns Dragon Fruit, Valentina, and Guevara. Welcome to Site42 staff. Thank you for subscribing. In turn, hosts can sustain themselves by further digesting 9078 instances, although this can lead to increased uptake in the bloodstream. What does that mean? What? So they can get in a digestion fight with each other? Two entities, the parasite and the host, fighting to digest each other? How can one willingly digest something like that? I mean, are they like ripping off the cysts and eating them? But then are the cysts in the stomach being eaten by the cysts? What? What? Author post by author Sieve, creative name. There's this specific gas station pizza. When I eat it, my body doesn't really properly digest it. It just sort of sits in my stomach, pressure building. When it sits there, everything else I eat feels unclean after a while in my stomach, regardless how clean it was when it went into my body. Yeah, no, man. There's not a lot to chew on here, but what you did give me to chew on perplexes me in a way that I don't like it. And so even as this got downvoted to -1, I personally like it enough to give it an upvote. I'm horrified. I don't like it, but I like it enough to upvote it. Site42 staff, we have made it to the end of the log here. We have done every Series 0. Except for one. You know what? Chat, I will get to you in a minute. We have 10 minutes of battery left. We skipped SCP-9336 because we were afraid we didn't have time. One more for the road, people. We will have read every existent Series 0. all the way through, word for word, in one stream if we do this, so I'm doing it. Let's go. SCP-9336, Object Class Euclid. It uses Euclid, interesting. Here's some pictures. Here's some pictures. You want some pictures? Here we go. Image taken from Training Exercise 874, recreation in modern setting of Piggly Wiggly Kiddings. Weapon discovered using billboard and specific subliminal triggers in Albertson's grocery store during escape of SCP-1996. Okay. Listen, chat, you don't have to stay here if you gotta go. If you gotta go to bed, do it. But if you're here with me, I'm here with you. We're finishing this thing, one way or a fucking another. Special containment procedures. Item SCP-9336 is to be kept in a locked container at all times, excepting approved training exercises with field personnel. Such exercises are to occur only when in conjunction with both approved military mobilization and associated needs, and with designated SCP-9336 enrichment activities designed by acting HECL supervisor on duty as of this writing, Walter Camrose. All personnel injured by SCP-9336 are to report to the field medic, and all personnel killed in action are to be buried in Arlington National Cemetery with full honors. An appropriate cover story will be created by the Publicity Department. Description. SCP-9336 consists of two creatures resembling men. Moved to Site Black from Fort Leavenworth, 1989. Origin is unknown, but both were discovered during an FBI raid on a meeting of the Valdez and Constantinus supermarket syndicates at a Diker Heights restaurant in Brooklyn. They were found huddled in a storage room. Item 1 is called Mr. Crouch. Item is extremely tall and thin, with a height of 7 feet 2 inches. Pale blue eyes, large orthodontic appliances covering its teeth, messy brown hair, and unusually long limbs. Item moves by floating over short distances by propelling itself off the ground, though the method by which it accomplishes this is unknown, as its legs do not move and have atrophied from such disuse. Item is nonverbal, but expresses interest in limited hobbies including home video games. Its habits and interests are otherwise quite limited. Diet, for instance, consists only of unripe bananas and malto meal. Item has no identification. Item 2 is called Mr. Hobb. Item is squat and muscular, with a height of 3 feet 2 inches, bright green eyes covering pupils and sclera, an unusually wide mouth with an anomaly large number of sharp serrated teeth, a bald scalp, and female genitalia. Item moves at an extremely quick pace, using its powerful legs to rapidly cover distance across vast areas up to 1 mile. Item is extremely knowledgeable of the history of American supermarkets, demonstrating a wide range of information on subjects including global cuisines, history of American cookery, supply chain logistics, factory management techniques, and gang warfare. Item speaks with a distinct Chicago accent and possesses identification in the form of a U.S. passport, Utah driver's license, and certificate of employability from the Nevada Gaming Commission, all under the name Jerry Hopp. Did that picture just fucking move? I might be going insane, but I think I saw the second picture move. No time to think about my fading sanity. We have 9% left. Let's go. Verified and unverified statements. The following were offered by SCP-9336 Item 2 during debriefing and corroborated via oral assent by Item 1. SCP-9336 are paid contract killers for a number of worldwide criminal organizations. SCP-9336 have psionic powers. They are responsible for the so-called Piggly Wiggly killings of 1977. They are the, quote, most feared assassins in the greengrocer racket. They were each born October 14, 1946. They see Michael Ebersol, today age 84, of Boise, Idaho, as their mother. They are married. They are not exactly human. Research is ongoing as to these statements. Many are assumed to be lies. The following have been determined by research staff. They possess psychopathic tendencies. When prompted, can be freely homicidal. Can use any methods and weapons available to kill a target. Can kill a target with a gun. Can kill a target with a knife. Can kill a target with a poison. Can kill a target with a car. Can kill a target with a plane. Can kill a target with an industrial machine. Can kill a target with a pointed stick. Can kill a target with a blender. Can kill a target with a VHS tape. Can kill a target with a cigarette. can kill a target with a costume, can kill a target with a chifforobe, can kill a target with an invoice, can kill a target with a sippy cup, can kill a target with a digital audio file, can kill a target with a design, can kill a target with a chase, can kill a target with a retreat, can kill a target with a descent, can kill a target with a random roll of a paradise, can kill a target with a sexual encounter, can kill a target with a negative emotion, can kill a target with a logical argument, can kill a target with an algebraic equation, can kill a target with an unripe banana. Item 1 only. Remember, the entities remember childhood play. They can be coaxed into childhood play as part of designated enrichment programming. Their hunts can be curtailed to mere attacks as part of designated enrichment programming. They display the highest levels of pleasure when ordered to hunt anyone involved in the food distribution industry. The only entities SCP-9336 have ever been unwilling to kill have been each other because they are in love and married. Aw. Site-42 staff, our camera has 8% battery left. We have read every single instance of Series 0 on the SCP database in one stream. Welcome to my fading sanity. I am very hungry. Thankfully, there is food, but to get to food, I need to say goodbye to you, the Site-42 staff. And before I say goodbye to you, the Site-42 staff, let me first answer Goose Goose's donation here. Goose Goose, thank you for donating again. And you asked how to SCP critique without Discord. So if you do not have a Discord, which is how most people communicate in this day and age on the internet, I'd suggest going to the SCP Wiki forums. There is a Greenlight forum for getting your initial idea approved. Then you can go to the critique forum once you've written out your first draft and maybe cleaned it up a couple times first so it's more like a second or third draft. And then show it to the Wiki critique team, and you can do it through there. Everybody involved in the Series 0 project. I enjoyed your articles very much. I enjoy your concept of a Series 0 project very much. Where'd you go, puppy of interest? You're right underneath me. Come here, little baby girl. You can join me for the outro. So, puppy of interest 42 Charlie also enjoyed your horrifying articles. And so, thank you for your commitment to the SCP community in this project. Thank you to every SCP author, just because the community is so freaking dope. And we have so many good stories. And that's why I do this thing on YouTube. Because I really enjoy the stories. And we learn such cool things. And we get so horrified. So horrified. Together. Like a family. Also, particularly thank you Series 0 staff who showed up to stream to share intel about your stories or to just enjoy me going mad trying to read them all in one stream. I appreciate the journey we all went here on today. This is a special stream because of it. We don't normally get this many stories into one stream. It was a lot, and I'm proud of us all for taking part in it. Run, Charlie. You don't have to be cold because of my fan. So, Series 0 SCP authors, thank you for joining us. Series 0 authors who didn't join us, thank you for writing Series 0. I still think it's cool. Good work. SCP authors in general, thank you for writing SCPs. That's very cool of you. Site-42 staff, thank you for being here to watch my encroaching madness as we approach nearly the 5-hour mark of this stream. We're not going to hit 5 hours because I'm ending it now. But Site-42 staff, everybody involved here, thank you so much for being here. My normal outro, I tell you guys my favorite SCPs. I'm not going to tell you the ones I wrote are my favorites. That would be cheating. But if you want to read the SCPs I personally wrote, you can go to the Sherm's author page in Site-42 Hub on the SCP database. My SCPs are there. You can get there through the Site-42 support beacon, which is pinned in the chat or in the description of this VOD. While you're reading my SCPs, you can go over one tab over from the SCPs on my author page to find some links. A lot of people ask what those links are, but they don't seem to look hard enough. It's sad for them, but not sad for you, because you'll find them. You are the Containment Hazard Assessment Team. I believe in your intrepid strength to find those links. While you're at those links, some of them, you can become a patron of Site42 or a YouTube channel member to donate to us monthly. You can do YouTube Super Chats or Ko-Fis to donate to us one at a time. Either way, we appreciate your generosity to help keep the Site42 project afloat. We try to support the SCP community the best we can, and we thank you for your help in doing that. And if you can't donate, do not fret. You can still be a member of Mobile Task Force Sci-42, codenamed the Signal Boosters. When you like, share, subscribe, comment, chat, not just for us, but on the SCP projects we support, the SCP wikis, authors, stories, and their tales, and their art pages. When you go to SCP animators or game devs or filmmakers or merch makers or podcasters on social media, you help them get engagement and funding through that engagement, which will get them more SCP works done, bigger projects. So I thank you, Mobile Task Force Sci-42, codename Signal Boosters, for your service. Intern Rogers, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to staff. I saw a Ko-Fi notification. Let me get that before I forget it exists. And since I'm running out of time. Rave Haven, thank you for donating to the Ko-Fi again for this long stream. Enjoy these $9, Doctor. You deserve it. Thank you for the time you spent on this. Rave Haven, thank you for your generosity in general. And thank you for rewarding my insanity. Violet Chaos, thank you the same thing for donating to the Ko-Fi, I think, for the first time today. I wonder why you guys chose $9 as the donation for making it the whole way. I don't understand, but thank you for your specificity of donation. And Amber, grab yourself a milkshake on your way past the commissary. Site42 staff, without further ado, my favorite SCPs in no particular order are SCP-3999, SCP-3043, SCP-008-J, SCP-Spooky-J, SCP-5031, SCP-5175, SCP-5320, and SCP-8980. Content warning on that last one, it is a bit of a rough read. Speed round. 3999-3043-008-J, Spooky-J, 5031, 5175, Internet 8. Content warning on the last one, it's a rough read. Site42 staff in the chat. Series 0 SCP authors in your Discord server. I hope you had fun today. I hope you learned something. Be safe, be well, and as always, secure, contain, protect. Hopefully the credit song ends before the battery dies. Me and all my friends, we're all misunderstood. They say we stand for nothing and there's no way we ever could. Now we see everything that's going wrong with the world and those who lead it. We just feel like we don't have the means to rise above and beat it. So we keep waiting, waiting on the world to change. We keep on waiting, waiting on the world to change. It's hard to beat the system when we're standing at a distance. So we keep on waiting, waiting on the world to change. The credit song is Waiting on the World to Change by John Mayer. Be safe, be well, Site42 staff, and as always, secure, contain, protect. I will see you in the next video or stream.